I'm guessing she did it to make sure that he wouldn't breathe if he wasn't fully dead. And then she asked me to help her move him into the bathtub, but I wouldn't do it. I said I didn't want to see his face. I couldn't bring myself to look at him. The only thing I could see were his calves sticking out, and his skin had turned white, so I knew that he had died. So I stayed in the office for a while until she did get him in the bathtub, and she had put a trash bag over his head.
And there's major inconsistencies about this with your involvement with Ryan. And you know Ryan is now deceased.
He is?
He's been murdered.
2 interrogations. Same woman. Same crime. 4 months apart. In the first, Sarah Buzzard is sitting in an interview room the day she has been tracked down. 5 years after Ryan Zimmerman disappeared, hours after her wife's arrest ended in a gunshot. She is disoriented, she is minimizing, and when the story finally breaks open, it comes out in fragments. It was an accident. I was angry. I got scared. In the second, for months later, she is fluent. She has a narrative. She knows where the story starts, she knows where it ends, and, critically, she knows who she wants you to believe was really in charge. That gap between interview 1 and interview 2 is the whole reason this case is worth studying frame by frame. It is not just a confession. It is a case study in how an account changes once shock turns into strategy. That is what we are going to track today, not only what Sarah says but also how the way she says it changes as the stakes, the coaching, the passage of time, and the need to preserve a survivable version of herself all shift underneath her. One of the most important principles in forensic psychology is that memory is reconstructive. People do not retrieve an event like a perfect recording. They rebuild it from fragments, emotional meaning, later knowledge, and current motives. Every retelling is shaped by what the person now knows, what they fear, what they need the listener to believe, and what they can psychologically tolerate believing about themselves. That does not automatically make a later account false. It means memory, identity, and self-protection can become intertwined. A person can be telling what feels subjectively true while also unconsciously redistributing responsibility, reducing intention, and changing the emotional meaning of what happened. This is especially likely when the event threatens the person's entire moral identity. That is why the 2 interviews should not be treated as a simple contest in which one is the truth and the other is the lie. They are 2 accounts generated under radically different psychological conditions. Interview 1 is produced under acute stress, uncertainty, and immediate exposure. Interview 2 is produced after months of reflection, legal jeopardy, repeated rehearsal, and the development of a more coherent self-explanation. The differences between them are not background noise. They are the evidence we are studying. Ryan Zimmerman was 21 from Kentucky and moved to Columbus, Ohio, in 2015 after meeting Sarah's then-husband Corey online. He moved in with Sarah, Corey, and a third housemate, Naira Whitaker, who at the time went by Jen. Ryan went missing that fall. His dismembered remains were found in a state park in January 2016 but were not identified for 4 years. In 2021, investigators traced the case back to Sarah and Naira, who were by then married and living together. Sarah was arrested in Marion, Indiana. Naira died by suicide during her own arrest that same day. Sarah later pleaded guilty to aggravated murder and was sentenced to life with parole eligibility after 30 years. When behavioral analysts and interrogators evaluate a subject across multiple interviews, there are 3 broad things they watch for: consistency, agency, and effect. Consistency asks whether the timeline and central facts remain stable. Agency asks who is presented as making decisions, initiating actions, and controlling the event. Effect asks whether the emotional tone appears congruent with the content being described, while recognizing that people display distress in very different ways. We are also going to add several deeper lenses. The first is cognitive load, how much mental effort appears to be required to produce the account. The second is linguistic distance, whether Sarah uses passive voice, substitute names, vague labels, or reduced ownership. The third is impression management, how she attempts to influence the investigator's view of her morality, intentions, vulnerability, and level of control. The fourth is self-concept protection, the effort to preserve an internal identity that can coexist with what she has admitted doing. Notice the interviewing style itself. Detectives Megan Baker and Rick Ward use a rapport-based approach rather than a hostile one. They build trust, reduce confrontation, minimize the moral weight of what they expect to hear, and allow silence and gentle pressure to do the work. This is deliberate. A subject who feels understood is more likely to keep talking once the questions become threatening. But rapport does more than increase disclosure. It also gives the subject a psychological route into confession without having to accept the most condemning version of themselves immediately. The detectives repeatedly communicate versions of, "We do not think you are a bad person. Was this planned or did it just happen?" And "Accidents happen." Those statements function as face-saving alternatives. They lower the immediate emotional cost of disclosure by offering an explanation based on panic, anger, or loss of control rather than cold intention. That matters because the first wording of a confession is often shaped by the first morally survivable frame made available to the suspect.
There's a detective, I believe, wants to come and speak to you. Okay. So just sit tight. You need anything? Water or anything like that? I'll see if I can get you a couple of water. Okay.
Hi, Sarah.
Hello.
I'm Megan Baker. I'm with the
meet
Sheriff's
you.
Office in Ohio.
I'm Rick Ward.
Hello.
Hello, Sarah.
Well, I'm assuming you have lots of questions.
Yes,
Okay.
I do.
And we're going to take some time to sit down with you here and maybe we can get some answers for those questions for you if that's okay?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any questions for me before we get started here?
No.
Okay. I would just like to have a conversation with you and we can kind of explain a few things and go from there if that's okay. But since we're in here, I want to make sure you're protected and we're protected as well. Part of our protocol, we're going to cover the Miranda rights, okay? And then we can have a conversation and hopefully answer some of those questions for you.
Okay.
Okay? All right. So 20.
25th.
All right. Read, write, and speak English?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What's your highest level of education?
A bachelor's degree.
Okay.
College.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
So I'm just going to read this to you, and if you have any questions, stop me at any time, okay? And I'm going to initial next to it. If you just acknowledge after I read each line that you understand what I'm saying, okay?
Okay.
But nod of the head yes or whatnot, okay? It says, before we ask you any questions, you must understand your rights. Do you understand that?
Mm-hmm.
You have the right to remain silent. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you have any questions about that?
I don't really understand how the process works per se.
So if there's any time that you aren't sure, of a question or something like that, you can say, hey, I don't understand the question. We can try to reword it. If there's any time that you don't want to answer that question, you don't even have to answer that question.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
That goes along with the if you decide to answer questions now, without a lawyer present, you can, but you still have the right to stop at any time.
Okay.
Okay? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're clear.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm just going to read the waiver portion here real quick. It says, I've read the statement of my rights shown above, and I understand what my rights are. I'm willing to make a statement and answer questions. I do not want a lawyer at this time. I understand and know what I'm doing. No promises or threats have been made to me, and no pressure of any kind has been used against me. Does that sound accurate? I mean, we're not sitting here holding you down or anything like that, okay? Do you have any questions about that? I've read your rights to you. This is just acknowledging that we've read those to you. You understand them. If at any time you have any questions about those, feel free to ask.
Okay.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right, just need your signature acknowledging that we read that. All right. And just real quick here, what's your primary address?
5-2.
Okay. And what's your
46952.
6952? And a good phone number for you.
747.
Okay. And a date of birth.
8/22/91.
Alrighty. So we're here looking into a matter, obviously, and I'm sure you have some questions, but kind of let us explain some things first, and then if you do have questions, we'll be open to hopefully answer some of those. Okay. We're looking into a situation back when you lived in Columbus. Mm-hmm. Okay. And about what time frame did you live in Columbus? Because did you?
I went for college. Okay. So that would be 2010.
Okay.
And then I was there for a few years after I graduated. I want to say 2015, 2016, somewhere in that range.
Okay, and where did you live at when you were in Columbus?
I lived at a few different places.
Okay.
All of them were apartments.
Okay, and did you have a roommate?
My husband at the time.
Okay, and that would have been?
His name was Corey.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And when did you get married? You said husband at the time?
Mm-hmm. After graduating high school.
Okay.
And before starting college.
Okay. And he moved there for college as well? Or?
Yes.
Okay. And was there, you said in an apartment, I know sometimes going to college can cause for some tough times with finances and things too. Did you ever bring any roommates in, anything like that?
At my very last apartment, we had I don't know if they were officially written on the lease, but they were a friend of Corey's.
Okay.
And they were there for a few months. I don't remember exactly how long. I didn't have much to do with them.
Okay. And who would the friend have been?
I don't remember what their real name was, but we referred to them as Emma.
Okay.
Watch how much work goes into this room before a single substantive question is asked. Detective Baker checks on Sarah's comfort, asks about her education, congratulates her on her degree, and only then works through the rights waiver, slowly, almost apologetically, stopping to ask whether she has questions. This is not small talk. It is rapport building, but it is also behavioral calibration. The detectives are learning how Sarah communicates before emotionally threatening material is introduced. Contrary to popular belief, investigators are not simply looking for a universal tell that proves lying. There is no single gesture, posture, or facial expression that reliably identifies deception. What matters more is change. How quickly does Sarah answer ordinary questions? Does she naturally elaborate? Does she correct herself? Does she speak in full narratives or short acknowledgments? How comfortable is she with silence? These early minutes establish a baseline against which later shifts can be compared. Sarah's responses are notably compliant and brief. Yes, okay. On their own, those answers tell us very little. But later, when her responses become longer, hedged, fragmented, or packed with qualifiers, the contrast becomes meaningful because we have already seen her communication style under lower emotional pressure. The important comparison is not Sarah versus some imaginary model of an innocent or guilty person. It is Sarah versus Sarah. Also worth flagging, she asks almost nothing back. No, why am I here? No, what did Corey tell you? No, is this about Ryan? For someone who, by her own later account, spent 5 years living with a serious secret, that lack of curiosity can be interpreted in more than one way. She may already suspect exactly why she is there. Or she may be suppressing questions because asking them would reveal that she understands the subject before the detectives introduce it. There is another possibility, anticipatory cognition. When someone has lived with the possibility of exposure for years, they may mentally rehearse discovery again and again. An unexpected knock, a police vehicle, an unfamiliar phone call, each can trigger the same internal question: is this finally about that? Over time, the possibility of being caught becomes psychologically familiar. When the moment finally arrives, the reaction may not look like surprise. It may look like recognition. That can create an unusual emotional presentation. The person is still anxious, but the anxiety is mixed with confirmation and even relief that the prolonged uncertainty has ended. This does not prove Sarah knew exactly what was coming. It simply explains why the absence of overt surprise should not automatically be read as calmness or innocence. Sometimes the body is reacting to a feared event that the mind has already imagined hundreds of times. The rights discussion also has a subtle psychological effect. The detectives repeatedly explain that Sarah can stop, refuse a question, or ask for clarification. Legally, that protects the process. Psychologically, it also gives her a sense of control. People often disclose more when they feel they retain the power to stop. Perceived control reduces resistance, even when the practical situation remains highly constrained.
Could it have been Ryan?
Possibly.
Okay. And that's a little bit about why we're here, is to talk about Emma, also known as Ryan Zimmerman. He went missing. Are you familiar with any of that?
No.
Okay. So I guess, tell me what you know about Ryan. Or Emma, if you know him as Emma.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's a little bit of a touchy subject. My husband at the time had sexual interests. They had talked online extensively, and he had invited them to come stay with us, which I did not want to happen, but long story short, it did. So they drove under the agreement that they would pay part of the rent, and within, I think I gave them 3 months, that they would find a job and find their own place, which did not happen. So Corey ended up asking him to leave, which he did, because I guess he found a new boyfriend or something, and just up and left one day, and we didn't hear anything from them again.
And you say them. Was there somebody else with Emma?
No.
And by them you just mean Emma?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't know if it was plural, if there was more than...
Ryan wanted to start hormone therapy, but I was a little uncomfortable referring to them as she, so we just used the they, them pronouns.
Perfect. So you say that he was asked, or Emma was asked to leave. Who were you there for that conversation, or how did that go about?
I heard it secondhand. Corey had said that he was no longer comfortable having Ryan there, and they had also not made an effort to find a job like I had requested.
Okay.
I can't quite remember, but I know that they had had Corey and Ryan had a conversation, either while I wasn't there or while I was not present, and Corey relayed to me that by some date later in the week that he had to leave.
Okay, and you say later in the week. Do you recall around about when that was, that conversation? You said
no,
3 months.
Remember.
You gave him kind of 3 months, and he hadn't looked for a job. Do you recall when he got there, when Emma got there?
I can't remember, no.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. Do you recall how long she was there?
No, I'm
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
That's
guessing it's
fine.
in that 2
I'd
to
rather
3
you
months.
tell me you aren't sure and not make something up. Does that make sense? Okay. So you weren't there for the conversation of that, but were you there whenever Emma did leave?
Somewhat.
Okay, tell me more about that.
I know that they had tried to plead with me to give them another chance, but I said that I'd already given too many chances, and that it was Corey's call ultimately. And I remember them packing, and either I went to the store, I was in a different room, I don't remember. I can't quite remember.
Who was all home at that time?
I was, Corey was not, and then my girlfriend was over, so we might have been in the living room. I honestly, I don't remember.
Okay.
I just know that one minute Emma was there, and then the next he had just left.
Okay. Did you see him leave, like pull away in a vehicle or something?
Somebody pulled up, and he got in the car and drove off. I thought that he might come back because he did leave his car, but he didn't come back, and then we didn't hear from him again.
Do you happen to know who it would have been? I mean, did he make contacts there? He
said that he did find somebody else. I didn't get in much details with him, but he said that he met someone and had mentioned that he might move in with them, or at least see how things went. That's as far as I know.
Did he leave with you said he packed some things, did he leave with a bag?
Yeah, the suitcase or duffel or whatever he came with.
Okay, and then he left his car?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what kind of car did he have, or what color or anything like that, do you remember?
I know it was an older car, maybe a dark red, like a maroon.
Okay.
That's all I can remember.
Had you ever ridden in it?
Yes.
Okay. Had you ever driven it?
Yes.
Okay. To the store or something, or when did you drive it?
To a gas station, and I couldn't get it to start again, so I had to call a tow company to bring it back. But I was embarrassed about it because I didn't really have permission to drive it.
So did you drive it while he was still living there?
No, this was after he'd left.
After he'd left.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And how did you get it started in the first place, if you want?
It started fine. I noticed that it was low on gas, so I went to the gas station, filled it up, and then I couldn't get it to start again.
Oh, okay. Were you by yourself during this?
My girlfriend was with me.
Okay. And then the wrecker came to get it? You said that you called a wrecker?
I called a tow company.
Okay.
To bring the car back to the apartment.
Okay. So did you see this tow company?
Yes, I rode in the truck with them.
Okay. And then you all brought it back to the apartment then, or? Okay. Parked it like normal?
No. I parked it on the side. Because like I said, I was embarrassed that I took the car without permission. So I parked it over at the side of the complex.
Was it within the complex, or was it like parked on the outside street?
No, it was within the complex.
Okay, so like your apartment, they're like townhouses, kind of like
Something
connected,
like that. Mm-hmm.
right? Okay, so you parked it close enough to your apartment that you could walk, or was it around the block? Like, was it?
No, it was close enough that we could walk.
Okay, like a town block, or was it a half a mile away, or?
No, it was. So the townhouses were in rows.
Yes.
And the whole complex was surrounded by like a street block.
Yeah.
So I parked it on the street block. That was still part of the complex, but further off to the side.
Okay. But it was within the complex.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I guess when the tow truck or what have you dropped it there, took the keys in with you, anything like that? I'm assuming you had to have the keys.
Yeah, I had the keys. I would assume I took them in with me. I don't actually remember though.
Okay. Had plates and everything on it. I mean, obviously you probably wouldn't have drove it down the street if it didn't have the plates.
Right.
Okay. And so it was parked there. Had you driven it since then or after that?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Did he come back to get it?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Do you know anything that happened to it then?
I know that it disappeared. I don't know what happened to it though. I know I went out to check on it again, and it didn't say that it was there.
Okay.
So I don't know if he came back to get it, if it happened while I was gone. I'm not sure.
Okay. And when it was parked, was it parked like in painted lines, like on a pavement?
On the side of the street.
Okay.
So partially in the street, partially in the grass.
Okay. And you said you filled it up with gas, all that sort of thing. Okay. And you said your girlfriend was who at the time?
Naira.
Naira. Okay. Is that who you're currently married to? Okay. Does she go by Naira?
She likes to go by Jennifer.
Jennifer. Okay. I just want to try to be as appropriate as I can be, so I apologize if I'm misspeak or something of that sort. So, was she with you at the gas station?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you both get in the wrecker then?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall what kind of wrecker or who you called?
No,
Or the color of the wrecker or anything like that?
White, maybe?
White. Okay. Did you have to pay them, I'm assuming? Cash, credit card or something?
Credit card.
Okay. So then it gets dropped off. You go home then? Or, okay. Do you ever have any contact with Ryan after he left?
Not at all.
Okay. Would you communicate with him even while he was staying there? Like through phone or anything like that?
Very rarely, no. I didn't have his number or email or anything like that.
Did he have a phone?
I believe so.
Did you see him using one?
Not that I can recall. The only thing I do remember was I think Corey let him borrow an old laptop.
Okay.
To communicate with his friends and family, I think.
Okay. Did he have a tablet or anything?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Did you all kind of have your own computer, or did you?
Yeah, basically.
Okay. Did you do a lot of work on a computer or like your phone or anything?
Probably on my laptop.
Okay. Who would all have access? I mean, I have my own personal Gmail and Facebook, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Who would all have access, I guess, to like your Gmail?
It should just be me.
You? Okay. Would Jen or Corey or no? And Jennifer wouldn't have any access?
She shouldn't know.
Okay. Okay. Does Jennifer have I guess her own accounts then that she accesses? Okay. And you said you didn't communicate with Ryan really. It was more Corey bringing Ryan into the picture. I guess how did that go whenever Ryan first got there? You said you weren't really on board for it.
Very awkward.
Okay, tell me more about awkward.
Well, I obviously didn't want him there in the first place, but Corey and I had argued about it extensively, so that's when I came up with the stipulation that Ryan could stay if he got a job.
Mm-hmm. But you said he didn't end up getting a job.
I don't know. No, he didn't. I know he tried to do some interviews, but I don't remember if he didn't get the jobs or if he just didn't go to the interviews. But I could see that he wasn't really making an effort.
Mm-hmm.
And he did pay his rent on time, but other than that, I tried to limit how much time I had with him.
Sure, okay. And you had made a comment earlier that it was discussed and Corey kind of delivered it to Ryan that he needed to go.
Mm-hmm.
But you mentioned that he was pleading with you to give him another chance or what have you. Tell me more about that, the pleading.
I know that he was crying, and a lot of what he said didn't really make sense.
Okay. Tell me more about what he was saying.
Something about his family not being good enough, and I tried to be sympathetic and said, well, from what Corey told me, you didn't get any jobs. This was the stipulation.
Mm-hmm.
And I know I said I was sorry, but that Corey ultimately makes the call, and if he says that you need to go, I have to agree. And then I asked him if he had anywhere else to go, which is when he mentioned that there was someone else that he had met and was getting close to. So I said that, that he could try to contact him or go back home or something, but that he would have to leave whenever Corey said.
Did that get a little heated? I mean, when he didn't want to leave, obviously.
Not heated. Like our initial conversation, I was calm, he was upset, but after that, I guess he was more resigned.
Kind of kept to himself, or
there was no shouting or anything like that.
Didn't get physical?
No, not at all.
Okay, and was Jennifer around for that conversation?
No, she didn't want to have anything to do with him at all.
Okay, so she didn't step up and stand up with you on that
we had
at all?
We had a private conversation. Ryan specifically wanted to just talk to me.
Okay. Why do you think that is?
Probably because I'm the most level-headed out of everybody.
Sure.
And I'm I was kind of the middle ground, I guess.
Kind of the mediator in the whole bunch. Okay. How did Ryan and Jennifer get along? How was that?
Jennifer did not like him, but also did not want to have anything to do with him.
Okay.
So I would say she went out of her way to not be around him as much as possible.
Okay. You mentioned that you had driven in Ryan's car before. Did you have your own vehicle? Okay, what kind of vehicle did you have?
Yeah, it was around the time I might have still had my Corolla at the time.
Okay. So I guess, is there a reason you wouldn't have driven your own vehicle?
No, there's no reason.
Okay.
I just thought it would be fun.
To try somebody else's vehicle? Okay. So that would have been parked at your apartment or what have you. Did Corey have his own vehicle too? And
he didn't have a vehicle.
He didn't have
have his license.
Oh, okay. So how would he get around?
I would either drop him off or he would take the bus. The public bus.
Okay. Did he ever go meet up with other people to experiment as well, or to? Okay.
I didn't want to know about it, but I knew that there were local groups. He tried to get me involved once, and that was rather
too much for you, I'm assuming.
It's not a lifestyle that I was comfortable with.
Sorry about that. So, was there a time that you did know that he was going to meet up, and you went along or drove him there or anything like that?
Once, I think.
Tell me what you recall about that.
He was meeting a woman either at a train station or a bus station. Because I remember picking her up and dropping both of them off at a hotel and then going home.
Okay. So you dropped both of them off then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then you went home? Mm-hmm. Okay. Was it just you that dropped them off, or was anybody else with you?
Just me.
Okay. And they stayed there, without a vehicle then, or how did...
I would imagine so, unless...
Did you have to go back and pick them up or anything like that?
They figured out their own way afterwards.
Okay, so you didn't have to go back and pick up Corey or anything like that. He made his own way. Okay, so what did you do after you dropped him off?
I don't know. Watch TV, eat food, just the normal things.
Okay, and do you recall around that time frame who would have all been in the home yet?
Jennifer would have been there. I don't remember if Ryan had left or not. it might have been after he left.
Okay. Okay. Do you converse with Corey still? I mean, no.
Not at all.
Okay. So obviously
Yes.
split, and that was probably
That
for the
was-
better on everybody's end.
After all of the relationship mishaps, it was mutual, us splitting.
Okay. So it was mutual, but was it pretty hasty towards the end? I mean, lots of arguments, things like that.
I don't know if I'd say hasty, but because it was kind of simmering under the surface for a while.
Mm-hmm.
I think Ryan was just kind of the last straw for me.
Tell me more about that. Why was he the last straw?
That was probably one of the biggest arguments that we had. Was prior to Ryan coming. Corey had this ideology that a perfect relationship required 3 people. And the whole reason that he got in contact with Ryan was to make him that third person. But I obviously didn't agree with that, and the entire time it made me feel like I wasn't good enough.
Mm-hmm.
And most of the arguments revolved around me telling him all of that, and he wouldn't listen, wouldn't agree, wouldn't take my points, so I ended up conceding and with the stipulation.
And finally, kind of pushing forward and following through with one of your stipulations that finally it needed to come to an end. Okay. So was there ever a time, I mean, you know, if you'd have those arguments and things, would you come home to visit and just to get away from each other? I mean, would you come back to Marion to visit with Mom or anything?
Not by myself, no. The only time we would ever come back to Indiana would be for holidays.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. And would that be with you and Jennifer? Or
No, it was just Corey.
Corey and you? Okay. I guess, how would you get back to Marion? I know there's so many different routes to take.
I guess whatever my GPS took. I didn't really pay attention to.
Okay, you just plug it in your phone, kind of thing.
Just go.
Okay. Okay. So you're into art, correct? Was that one of your majors?
Mhm.
Okay. And did you have your own studio, or would you go to work or anything, and it would just be Corey and Ryan, or Jen and Ryan, or anything like that?
At the time I think I was working at Barnes and Noble. If it was the last apartment, then it would be Barnes and Noble. So yes, there would be times when it would be either Corey and Ryan in the house, sometimes all 3 of them, sometimes just Jen and Ryan. I guess it was a mix.
Okay. And did you kind of have set hours for Barnes and Noble? I mean, did you work pretty regular type shifts?
Sort of. It would be one of 2. I'd either do an opening shift and then come home in the mid to late afternoon, or I would do a closing shift and come home, I guess, around 8 or 9.
So if you'd come home from mid to late afternoon, around about what time would that have been?
2 to 3-ish.
Okay. And did that pretty regularly? Okay. Was there ever a time when you were at work that you get a call from Jen or Corey or anything saying, hey, we've got an issue at home, anything like that?
Nothing like that. No.
Nothing that you recall?
I don't think I ever had emergency calls like that, no.
Okay. Did you call off work a lot?
There were a couple of times when I did when I just felt too emotionally drained, and I just needed a day to myself. I tried not to do that too often, because I know it puts pressure on my boss.
Sure.
But I can think of a couple of times when I woke up and just the gravity of the situation hit me, and I called in and said, I just can't do it today.
Okay. So I'm going to go back to when you said that Emma or Ryan was kind of pleading with you to give him one last chance, and you said Corey wasn't home at the time, but it was just you and Jen. How did that go after, I guess, Corey got back home?
I'm trying. If I remember correctly, I think Corey came back after Ryan had already left. I don't remember where he was, but I do remember that he came back, asked where Ryan was, and if he had left, and I said yes, and then that was the end of the conversation.
Okay.
So I'm pretty sure Corey was gone during most of that.
Okay. I forget anything right now?
I'm Rick again. So when you said you had this conversation with Ryan about him leaving, and Corey was not present, you said it was a private conversation, right? How long, like, after that did he take off? Like, was it that evening?
Oh no, I think it was at least a day.
A day? Okay.
From what I remember, Corey, I guess, gave him the ultimatum, or the conversation that he had to leave, and then that happened at some point without me knowing, and then Corey left, and then I guess it was that either that same day or a couple days after was when I had that conversation with Ryan.
So Corey had a conversation prior to your conversation with Ryan? Okay. So Ryan already knew it was kind of coming? Okay.
And that was part of the pleading and the upset that he had.
Now, did you, in the process of this, of talking to Ryan and you saying him pleading, did you have communication with Corey saying, hey, this is what he's saying, or so you didn't relay any of this to Corey?
I may have tried to text him, but I don't think I got a response back.
Okay. So tell me about the day, what you can recall about when Ryan left. You said that he met up with somebody. So try and go into a little bit more detail about that. Was it in the morning, afternoon, evening?
It was the late afternoon, early evening, because I remember Jen and I were in the kitchen having coffee or wine or something. We were sitting at the kitchen table, and Ryan came downstairs with his bag and sat at the table with us for a little bit. We didn't really talk. We kind of awkwardly had chit-chat. And then a car pulled up in front of the apartment. And then he said goodbye and left without any fuss. I don't know. I think it was a man driving the vehicle.
So you looked outside?
Yeah, to see what it was.
Tell me more about the car.
That's a part that I can't remember. I know it was might have been green, maybe. but like I said, I can't.
Sure.
I don't know what the make was.
Okay.
It was a 4-door green vehicle.
And when did you realize, how long after that did you realize that that Ryan's car was still parked there?
I guess I didn't really think about it until the next day when it was still there.
Is that when you drove it?
Mm-hmm.
The next day?
Or the day after, something like that.
Okay. So you said to Megan here that Ryan never came back and got his car.
Right.
Okay. How do you know that?
I guess I mean, when the car disappeared, he might have come back to get it, but I never witnessed him come back to get the car.
I see. Okay. I'm going to go back a little bit, okay? So you move into this apartment in Columbus, the one we're talking about, where Ryan moved in. So when you moved in there, was it you, Corey, and Jennifer?
No, it was just Corey and I.
Okay. When does Jennifer come into the picture?
Shortly after, I guess I shouldn't say shortly, but sometime after Brian did. She was kind of my coping mechanism for the whole relationship fiasco.
Okay, so it's you and Corey. Ryan comes into the picture, and then Jennifer comes into the picture. So tell me about your relationship with Jennifer. How did it begin? Where did you meet her?
We actually met on Craigslist as just movie buddies.
Okay.
So it started out as just a friendship, and it stayed more as a friendship, but became more intimate. So she kind of became my support during that time.
When did it start to evolve into more of a intimate relationship?
Probably around the time that Corey started staying out more, participating in his groups.
So, can you give any type of time frame? So let me. This may be easier for you. When did you move into that apartment in Columbus? The last one you were at, when Ryan lived with you.
I think it was somewhere between December to February of maybe 2014. 15?
So maybe December 14 to February.
I do remember that it was after Christmas, or It might have been after Christmas. It was cold.
Were you there over a year?
Yes.
Okay. And then do you remember at what time frame during this period that Ryan comes into the picture?
Maybe March or April. I know it was starting to turn into spring, so somewhere in that range.
Okay, and you said Jennifer. I'm going to refer to her as Jennifer. Was it something different at the time? She had you referred to her as Naira or
Naira.
Naira. I'm sorry. So you said that she didn't want anything to do with Ryan and did not like him. So what conversations would you have with Jennifer about Ryan?
Well, I know that she did not like the circumstances with which he came to stay, and she didn't really like him as a person.
When you said she didn't like the circumstances when he came, but she came afterward.
I've told her about it, and she was there to witness the fallout of the whole reason that he came.
Tell me about the fallout.
I didn't really like being around Corey anymore. I kind of limited our conversations to It's like, when do you need me to drop you off? What time should I pick you up? Just basic things like that, nothing personal. And I was very, very depressed and anxious because of it.
Okay. So the a day or two after Ryan leaves, you take his car, and you said you had no problem starting it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Was it parked in the parking lot?
Mm-hmm.
And you said it had license plates on it, otherwise you wouldn't be driving it, right?
Right.
Okay. And you drove it to the gas station because it needed gas,
Mm-hmm.
and then you couldn't get it started.
Right.
Okay. So then you got a tow truck,
Mm-hmm.
and it dropped it off on the side street. Tell me a little bit about that. Why you had a car of your own,
Mm-hmm.
right? So you said that you thought it would be fun to drive somebody else's car.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And how long after that did you realize it was gone?
I think it took me a few days because I don't really look over
Mm-hmm.
at that area.
Did you? But you don't believe Ryan came back and got it, or you didn't know?
I honestly don't know.
Because you said earlier that you didn't believe. You said Ryan didn't come back to get his car.
I mean, I don't
Okay.
think the only way that he could have come back to get the car is if he did it when I was gone, and then Corey was there so he could get his keys.
Now, that's another question. To explain the key ring to me. So, you find it odd that Ryan now is leaving for good,
Mm-hmm.
right? He's leaving for good, and he would leave his car keys behind.
That's why I thought he was going to come back for the car, because I did think it was a little weird.
What'd Corey say about it?
mm, I can't remember. Something to the effect of good riddance, I think.
So you,
Yeah, once Ryan left, he was kind of out of Corey's head, so we didn't really talk about it afterwards.
you mentioned if he came back, he would have had to come maybe when Corey was home or something
Mm-hmm.
to get the keys.
Or
So
possibly
you brought
when-
you brought the keys back in with you then after the tow
Mhm.
truck parked it? Okay. Put them on like the kitchen counter or something?
Probably, or the.
I didn't know if you had a certain spot that you always kept. I know I always
We
put
usually just put them on the table.
Okay. 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 And Corey didn't question anything after he got home and Ryan was gone. I mean, he, like you said, kind of just cleared him from his mind and moved on.
I mean, he may have had questions, but he wouldn't really talk to them or talk to me about them anymore. And like I said, at that point, it was more of a business relationship with him.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever talk to Corey about, hey, he left his car here and I have the car keys? That never came up?
You drove Ryan's car. Had he ever driven your car or ridden in your car or anything like that?
He had ridden in the car to go to like the grocery or something.
Okay. Like front seat, back seat, something like that?
Back seat, probably.
Okay.
Who would do the grocery shopping?
Typically me.
Would everybody pack up in the car and go, or would it just be you alone, or you and Jennifer, or?
A bit of both. If everybody needed something, everybody would go. If we just needed a few things, I would write them down and go myself.
Would Ryan ever chip in?
I remember he was responsible for paying for his own food. So if he needed food, it would be one of the days when
I see.
everybody would go.
I should. Would he regularly buy food?
Yeah, I guess semi-regularly, maybe
Like what would he?
Like once a week.
What would he buy?
Crackers, ramen.
Would he cook a lot?
No, he never cooked.
Never cooked?
I know that Corey would sometimes make communal meals for everybody.
I get it.
If Ryan did any cooking, it was usually just for himself. He never did anything for everyone.
I see. So would he go to the store by himself, or would you go with him, or would him and Corey go, or?
Possibly. I mean, he had his car, so he would leave on his own sometimes.
But for the most part, what would you say? He goes and gets his own stuff? For the most part?
That was part of the agreement that, I mean, it wasn't a charity. He would need to take care of himself.
Right.
And
you said the stipulation was that he can come live here, but within 3 months he has to find a place of his own, right? Mm-hmm. Was he chipping in on rent?
Yes.
Okay. Was Jennifer chipping in on rent?
Yes.
Did she work?
No.
Okay. She just had money?
Yeah, she had savings and...
I see.
She wasn't technically living at the residence because she did have her own. She stayed with her sister and some friends, but she liked staying with me because it was a little quieter.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Did you ever meet Jennifer's family?
Mm-mm.
No. Is she from?
I've met her mother and sister.
Where are they from?
Massachusetts.
Okay. Okay.
But I never met.
Did your mom ever come visit the apartment?
At least once, I think, for Thanksgiving.
How many times would you say you'd go visit your mom while you lived in that apartment?
Probably at least twice, usually once during the summer and then for Christmas.
Okay. Nothing in between?
Not usually, no.
Okay. Do you ever remember Ryan getting hurt somehow, like in the kitchen or something, where he cut himself or anything like that would have in the apartment?
No.
How about you or Corey or Jen? I mean, was there ever any type of accident?
There's never any kind of violence, no.
Not violence. I'm talking accidents. Like, do you ever remember an incident where somebody may have cut themselves and had to wrap it up and?
Not that I can recall. The only kinds of accidents I can think of was, I know one time he accidentally shut the fridge door on the, we had iced tea, and shut the door on the nozzle so that the whole thing came out. But nothing that I can recall that would leave any kind of physical mark.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Would he, Ryan, would he ever give you his debit card and say, pick me up something?
No.
Never? Okay. So you never used his debit card?
Would he ever give it to Corey or Jen or anything if he didn't want to run out?
Not that I know.
Nothing like that.
Yeah, not that I can recall.
Sure.
Would he ever ask to use like your phone or anything?
Not my phone, no.
Okay, but you mentioned Corey maybe gave him a laptop to borrow
we
or
had
something.
an old laptop. I think that was his primary form of communication.
Okay.
With his friends,
Mm-hmm.
family.
So, I guess going along with that, you had your own devices. Corey had his. Did Jen bring along her own type of devices? Her phone, computer, that kind of stuff.
She had a phone and a computer.
Okay, and she had her own accounts. Would Corey have access to any of your accounts? Your Google, your Facebook,
we had a shared bank account, but I had that changed.
Okay.
Other than that, we had our own separate accounts for things.
Okay, the email, that kind of stuff.
Separate.
Okay. And they wouldn't access it or anything like that? Okay. Okay.
You want to go out for a sec?
Yeah.
You give us a minute.
Do you have plenty of water? Do you need a refill?
Yeah.
If I could get a refill.
I sure will. I can do that. Be right back with it, okay?
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Hey, there's some more water. Sarah, I don't know if you know this or not, probably not, but you're talking to Jennifer right now, talking to your mom, and also talking to Corey in Columbus.
No, he was
Okay.
here.
He's not here, he's in Columbus.
Oh, okay.
So, and there's major inconsistencies about this with your involvement with Ryan, and you know Ryan is now deceased.
He is?
He's been murdered, and so we have Corey is talking to the Columbus police detectives right now. We just get off the phone with them, so we need to know. I need to know, like, really what happened here. I mean, this is a bad situation. We really need to know what happened. With the car, we have DNA evidence. We're able to track down your car, the one that you used to own, the time of this incident. We were able to track down the current owner, and we're able to examine it. So we have something happened in that apartment over this weekend that we're talking about, which is the weekend that you recall, the weekend that you dropped Corey off with that girl in Columbus. Do you remember that?
I remember it was a weekend.
Yeah, it was a weekend. And so we have major problem here, okay? And something terrible happened, and we just need to know how it happened. It's not necessarily, it could have been something that just happened, but there's only a few people who know the truth. Corey's talking and gave us a bunch of details. It's not fair to me to go into those details with you, what he's telling me, because it's only fair that I hear from you. Okay, so you're gonna have to tell me your version of this, and to see if it matches up with the evidence we have, because something is terribly wrong here. So please, just all I do is ask you is please just tell me the truth. What terribly wrong?
I mean,
Sarah,
said what
Sarah, what went wrong? Something went wrong. What happened? Did he try to hurt himself? What? Tell me what happened. Something happened and somebody panicked. So please just tell me the truth. What happened? Corey's given a whole nother version of what you just said. Please tell me the truth.
I'm not comfortable talking about
Well,
this. I mean,
we have a young.
Was it an accident?
Yeah,
I don't know what was an accident.
with Ryan.
I didn't even know that he was dead.
Sarah, come on. Sarah,
Is there
please.
someone that I can talk to?
Well, you can talk to us. I just want the truth. I don't think that's.
We don't think this was a planned thing. Okay, we just think something just went terribly wrong. Okay, maybe got a little out of hand. And it happened. Okay?
I mean, Sarah, you have been arrested for a reason.
I thought I was arrested for theft.
No, that's not true. I don't know who said that, but that's not true.
That's what the policeman said.
Yeah, well, they're from another state. They're helping us because you folks live here now. we're obviously from Ohio. I'm with the state police, basically. And all I'm asking of you, and you seem like you're a very intelligent person, I just want the truth, though. And these things are not adding up. And I don't want to see you like everybody pointing at you. Not everybody, but a particular person is pointing at you, basically not wanting anything to do with it, saying it was somebody else. And again, I'm not really, it would be not ethical of me to tell you what Corey's saying, but I need to know what happened that over that weekend with him.
We always know there's two sides to every story.
Always.
So this is your opportunity to give your side, okay? Now's your chance to
Just the truth.
start from the beginning.
I don't want to say anything.
Why wouldn't you want to tell us the truth?
Was this all you?
I've said what I know.
But Sarah, that's not all you know. And we know that now. That's what we were out there doing. We planned this so that we could talk to everybody at the same time.
We even
Yes.
have some people in North Carolina right now talking to the young lady that Corey met. Okay, we have a lot of information.
Is there a lawyer I can talk to? That was my rights, right?
Well, that's your decision. We don't advise on that. But all we're asking is for the truth.
I don't know what to say.
The truth, maybe?
I've said what I remember.
And you're telling me that's the truth.
That's what I remember.
This is going to be your only time to talk to me and Megan. After this, we're not allowed to help. So
And what happens to me after this?
you're going to be booked in the local county jail here. I mean, we wouldn't be doing this if we didn't have physical evidence. That's why I was giving you an opportunity.
Am I able to hear what all of my options are?
What do you mean by that?
I just don't. I don't know what to. I don't know what's gonna happen to me with all of this.
Well, No. Okay. All right, Sarah. Thank you. Hey, Sarah. I think I owe you this. Where are the photographs? There's your, look familiar?
That's my car.
Just trying to get an explanation. But anyways,
So
Megan here has
I
something she
just
wants to
have
show
something I
you.
want you to take a look at, okay? And read over, then we'll get your thoughts on that. This is from your Google account. Okay, these are your searches on your Google account that you said you only had access to. So flip through these pages.
Yeah, look through them for
and
us.
take a gander at that. So we know there's two sides to every story, right? I mean, do you believe that also?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So do you want us to only have the other few sides, or do you want to tell us your side? Okay. Sarah, look at me. I think you want to tell us the truth. Look at me. You're the type of person I think that you are an honest person. Are you not?
I try to be.
Okay. We're just asking for the truth. And if was this something that was planned? That happened? Or was this just, oh my gosh, holy cow, this happened and now this is where we're at? Is this, you didn't plan this. Look at me, is that correct? Just tell me what happened. I just want to hear it from you. I don't want to just have everything from everybody else.
What's gonna happen to my family?
Well, we'll talk to your family, okay? And you'll get to talk to your family, okay? We can work through this. One thing at a time. This is the first step. Okay, look at me.
I'm scared.
Okay, I understand you're scared. Okay?
All I've ever gotten was a speeding ticket. And
You're an honest person, okay? I don't think you're a bad person at all.
Sarah, let us help you. Just tell
I
us.
don't want to go to jail
Okay,
or
well,
anything.
okay, and I'm just being honest here. That's just a step in the process. That doesn't mean you're gonna stay there. Okay, you're gonna have a court date, that kind of stuff, okay? We just need to hear it from you. And we can pass along. We can't make any promises, just like we read earlier. We can't make any promises, nothing like that. But we can pass your cooperation along. Okay? Look at me. Go ahead and start from the beginning, okay?
It was an accident.
Okay. It was an accident. Accidents happen every day. So what happened? And I'm a little hard of hearing, so I'm sorry.
I was angry,
Okay, I get angry too.
and I knocked him down when he came out of the bathroom. And I choked him. And then I didn't know what to do. I've never done anything like that. And I got scared. I didn't know what to do.
You were scared.
I realized I ruined my life.
So what do you, I guess, tell me more about you knocked him down.
He was coming out of the bathroom and I came up behind him. And I put him in a chokehold and knocked him down.
Did he pass out? Were there words exchanged?
He passed out.
Okay. So,
And I didn't let go.
mm-hmm.
And then it was too late.
Tell me more about too late.
He stopped moving.
Could you tell if he stopped breathing?
He started turning white. And I couldn't go near him.
Because you were scared. Who was all home at the time?
Just Jen.
Jen and you and Ryan? Okay, where was Jen at the time?
She was downstairs.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm
sorry. She was downstairs.
She was downstairs. Okay. What was she doing, or did she hear the scuffle?
She heard a commotion.
Okay.
Came up. And she helped calm me down. And then we had to figure out what to do.
And you just spoke about that, or I guess what was decided? Obviously, we know what happened, okay? You're not telling us something we don't know. And I get it's probably hard to talk about. Okay, but these are the details that we need to hear from you. That way, it's not from somebody else.
This is the pivot point of the entire first interrogation, and it is worth slowing down almost line by line. Immediately before Sarah breaks, the detectives offer several face-saving frames. "We do not think you are a bad person. Was this planned or did this just happen?" And "accidents happen every day." This is minimization in a classic form. It gives the subject a less morally devastating explanation to step into before saying anything incriminating. Then Sarah's first words are, "It was an accident." She reaches for exactly the frame that has just been made available. That does not automatically mean the detectives have created the account. It means they have shaped the vocabulary through which the first admission becomes psychologically possible. One fascinating feature of first admissions is that they often preserve what we might call the core protective narrative. Very few people begin with the worst possible version of their own conduct. Instead, they reach for an explanation that allows the act to remain compatible with the person they believe themselves to be. Not, "I wanted him dead," but "It was an accident." Not, "I murdered him," but "I was angry." Not, "I decided," but "I did not know what to do." Each step reduces intention and increases emotional inevitability. This is not only about legal consequences. It is also about self-concept. Most people experience intense psychological conflict when their behavior becomes incompatible with their moral identity. One way of reducing that conflict is to reinterpret deliberate action as temporary loss of control. Now notice the fragmentation. Until this point, Sarah's sentences have been relatively complete. Once the actual account begins, it breaks into short bursts separated by long pauses. "I was angry. And I knocked him down. When he came out of the bathroom and I choked him." This is consistent with a person trying to retrieve highly charged material while also regulating the emotional consequences of saying it aloud. Memory researchers often distinguish between narrative memory and sensory or fragmentary recall. Narrative memory tells a structured story with a beginning, middle, and end. Fragmentary recall produces actions, images, locations, and sensations in disconnected pieces. Under high emotional arousal, the mind may retrieve bathroom, choking, bathtub, or handsaw before it can organize those elements into a coherent chronology. That does not prove honesty. Fragmentation can result from distress, avoidance, fatigue, or strategic withholding. But it does tell us that producing the account is psychologically difficult in this moment. Sarah appears to be balancing disclosure against the need to avoid fully re-entering the event. Also notice the very human, almost childlike admissions embedded in the horror. "I have never done anything like that. I realized I ruined my life." These statements do not significantly improve her legal position. Their function appears more emotional than strategic. They shift attention toward her shock at herself and the consequences to her own life. That is important because remorse and self-focused distress are not the same thing. A person can feel genuine horror, panic, or grief while still centering the emotional impact on themselves rather than the victim. "I ruined my life" reveals catastrophic self-awareness, but it does not necessarily reveal victim-focused empathy. The distinction is clinically and morally significant. Self-condemnation can be intense while still remaining self-referential. The dismemberment disclosure follows in the same flat, minimal detail style. "We cut it up, bathtub." She does not elaborate unless pushed. Flatness here should not automatically be interpreted as lack of emotion. Emotional numbing, dissociation, shame, and deliberate containment can all produce reduced expression. But neither should flatness be romanticized as trauma. It may also be a way of restricting the amount of incriminating detail given. The most revealing word may be we. The moment the physical aftermath is described, Sarah introduces Naira as a co-participant. Agency becomes shared. We cut it up, acknowledges involvement but distributes responsibility. Shared pronouns can be accurate, yet they also reduce the psychological burden carried by the individual speaker. This is the first clear bridge to interview 2. In the first account, Naira is present but the division of roles remains vague. In the later account, that ambiguity will be replaced by a far more organized allocation of blame. Hold on to this moment because it shows the earliest version of a narrative that will later become much more developed. There is also a broader process of moral disengagement at work. To carry out or assist with extreme post-offense behavior, a person often has to narrow attention from the human meaning of the act to practical tasks. Cutting, cleaning, carrying, disposing. The victim becomes a logistical problem. This shift from person to task reduces immediate emotional interference. It does not erase awareness of wrongdoing, but it makes continued action psychologically manageable. That same task-focused mindset can continue in the interrogation. The speaker describes procedures while emotionally detaching from what those procedures mean. This is why the language of disposal often sounds radically different from the language of conflict. The mind may compartmentalize them into separate categories: the emotional event and the practical aftermath.
I had to figure out how to get rid of it.
So what happened?
And we cut it up.
We being you and Jen? Was this when Corey was away at the hotel? Okay. So where did you cut him up at? Bathtub? What did you use?
Some kind of salt.
Where did that come from?
I found it in the shed.
So you each have your own shed there? Okay. Who did the cutting?
Mostly me.
Okay. And what was Jen doing?
Taking care of other stuff like clothes.
Ryan's belongings? Okay. What was she doing with his clothes?
In bags.
Okay. And placing them somewhere, or?
Just for us to get rid of later.
Okay. So you were cutting him up. This probably made things obviously uncomfortable, but when you were cutting him up, where did you put like the limbs and things?
Bags.
Kind of like the ones we showed you? The blue tape. Did you see that blue tape? Would that have been your tape at home, or did you guys go buy that?
I actually don't recognize the tape.
You don't recognize the tape? Okay. What color bags, I guess, did you put him in? Did he fit in a couple bags, or have to do?
I know there were a lot of bags.
Okay. And where did you cut him at? And again, this is all stuff I already know. Okay, I just need to hear it straight from you.
The joints.
The joints? Can you point to I guess what you mean by joints? The elbows.
The wrists, ankles, knees.
And then up here? And the neck, okay. So, you get him all cut up. Does Jen help cut him up?
Not really. She wasn't feeling well. She got kind of sick.
Okay.
So I took over most of it.
But did she help a little bit at the beginning? Okay.
We were both really scared.
Well, sure. So, you got him cut up, then what happens?
We have to figure out where to put everything.
So where did you say put his belongings? Where did those go? Like his clothes and his...
Just in one of the bags.
Okay, and where did those...
We put those in a bin.
Like a dumpster?
No, like like a Tupperware bin
Oh, okay. And where did that go?
in the back of his car.
Okay.
We were going to drive the car somewhere
Mm-hmm.
and leave it, but the car wouldn't start.
So I was searching, trying to figure it out, right? And then how did we get it to move?
We had to take the car back with the tow truck.
So you called a tow truck? Okay. To come to your apartment?
No, to come to the gas station.
To come to the gas station.
And took the car back, left it on the side, and then we moved the bin to my car.
The bin of his items or of him?
Everything.
Okay.
And we started driving and trying to get rid of little things at a time.
Along the road, or is there special spots?
In public dumpsters.
So did you dispose of like his limbs in different spots? Okay. Do you know where those spots are?
We just stopped wherever something looked okay.
Where it seemed like secluded or something like that?
Like, couple gas stations. Mostly just public dumpsters. I really don't know.
Do you recall stopping along okay, so you're driving. Do you drive to a final destination at some point? Where is that at?
It wasn't planned. I kept falling asleep.
Sure. So where do you drive to?
Selena.
Salina, Ohio? Okay. And that's in Mercer County? Do you know that?
I don't
Okay.
know what the county is.
Are you familiar with Salina? Would you travel through that way? Did you recognize it before traveling? Okay. So you get to Salina, and then what happens?
We dumped everything. We dumped the main body
Okay.
because I was so tired.
And you dumped it where? Yes.
Some woods.
Some woods. Okay. Had you already dumped some of the rest of the body?
That was all we had left.
Okay.
Just the main body.
Okay. Do you recall where you dumped the other parts of the body? Possibly in dumpsters at gas stations? Did you stop at any other woods or creeks or anything? Okay. Did you plug this in your phone? Like a GPS type thing?
I just
started driving?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I just know that we started driving.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we wanted to maybe end up in Illinois.
Just a second, you mind?
Yeah.
If they can. Sorry, I'm so hard of hearing and I don't want to be rude and keep telling you to speak louder, so. Cool. Give him a second here. So you were driving. Okay. And got to Salina. And I missed that last part. I'm sorry. You said you were driving in.
We wanted to get to Illinois,
You wanted to get to Illinois.
but I couldn't make it that far.
Because you were tired? Okay. Why did you want to get to Illinois?
It's far away.
Okay. You just wanted to be away from everything. Okay. Did you, when you got to Salina and dumped was that everything that you had that was left? Otherwise you had stopped at dumpsters on the way there?
Just whatever was on the route.
Okay. Where did you go instead of going to Illinois? You said you couldn't make it that far.
We stopped in Salina.
Did you stay somewhere?
Just turned around and started driving back.
Okay, so you returned back to Columbus then? Or did you go to Mom's or anything like that? No. Okay.
We didn't make it that far.
You're exhausted. Yeah. Okay. So where was Corey during this?
No idea.
No idea.
Wherever.
Still at the hotel,
I
possibly?
guess so.
Okay. Any communication with him?
I shut off my phone.
Okay.
Why did you shut off your phone?
I was scared.
You get back to Columbus, then what happens?
Corey was waiting for us.
At the apartment? when you left to go and made your way to Salina, did you clean up the bathroom before you left? Okay, how did you clean it up?
Vinegar, bleach.
Vinegar and bleach. Was it a mess? I mean, obviously something like that's probably not the cleanest.
Tried not to make a mess because I knew cleaning was going to be hard.
So it looked clean, at least, right? So when you got back, Corey was there. How did that go?
He was very angry with me for not answering the phone.
So he was trying to reach out to you? Okay. And you didn't know that because your phone was off? Okay, so how did that conversation go when you got back?
I didn't really want to talk to him, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So I just said I was tired and I wanted to go to bed. And I didn't want to talk about it.
Did he know something had happened?
I don't think so.
Was there a conversation after you got some rest about what happened?
I told him Ryan just left. And he didn't ask any questions.
Okay. Was there a prior conversation that Ryan had to leave? Like you mentioned earlier that, hey, this was part of a stipulation. Ryan needed a good job. He didn't, so Corey told him he had to leave. Was that
was
true?
Correct.
Okay. So he probably just figured he left. Had you at any point told Corey what happened? So he shouldn't
He still
know.
doesn't know. I think he thinks that we were doing some kind of drug deal.
Corey does?
He doesn't know.
Okay. And he had nothing to do with it? He didn't say, hey, I want to go to the hotel for this weekend, take care of Ryan. Nothing like that. So what?
Well, he expected Ryan to be gone.
Because he had that conversation with them. Okay. Sorry.
Why were you so angry at him? What happened that you came up behind him and started joking?
He ruined my life.
Tell me a little bit about that.
I mean, I told you the arguments Corey and I had.
Mm-hmm.
And I couldn't make him see reason.
Was he coming out of the bathroom from the shower, or
from using the toilet?
What do you remember? Like, was that on Saturday? Was it on Sunday?
I honestly can't remember.
Okay.
But it's the same weekend that Corey was at the hotel. Okay. Did Jen know that this was going to happen? No.
But she was there for me.
Sure. She's your support. You said that. That's what support people do. They're there for you.
I'm worried about what's going to happen to her.
Okay. I understand that.
We understand.
Natural.
And we appreciate you talking to us openly, you know.
I feel like I shouldn't, though. I mean, don't they say you're not supposed to talk about this?
No, that's up to you. It's up to the individual.
You're a smart girl. Okay. We discovered that at the beginning when you told me you have a bachelor's, and did you say you had a master's?
Yeah, just a bachelor's.
It's not just a bachelor's. You should be proud of that.
I just don't know what to do because I thought I had my whole life ahead of me. And I made one mistake.
And that's exactly
now
it.
now it's over.
Don't cut yourself short.
I just turned 30 and I feel like that's
one step at a time. Okay? 1 foot in front of the other at a time here. Okay? Is there anything else that we haven't asked you that you feel like would be helpful to get off your chest?
Mostly I just have questions about what happens now.
Well, you're in Indiana. We're from Ohio. There's obviously different laws and legal things that need to be followed, so I can't just bring you back with me to Ohio to get right in court. Okay? So you will be booked into the jail here, and you'll have to go through a hearing to then get transferred over to Ohio.
How long do I have to be here?
As soon as they can get you into that court process. I don't know how quickly they move, but they would basically call and let them know that they've picked you up on a warrant for us, and then they would set that time and you go in front of the courts to get that process going. Okay, they don't like to keep you over here any longer than what they want to, because they don't have anything in this. Okay.
So is it going to be Like a day, a week?
We'll find out for you.
Yeah, we'll try to find out for you. Okay.
And you said I can talk to my family.
They should be able to get you phone calls.
Okay.
Okay. I'm not sure on how their whole process works. Okay, so I'm not gonna try to tell you something that I am not sure on. But those are all things that even when you get over to the jail, even to ask them if you can make a phone call to mom or whomever, and go from there.
Is there any kind of bail, or am I going to have to stay there the whole time?
There's not bail right now, but that's not to say that there won't be bail in the future. Okay? Just not right at the present time. Any other questions?
I'm sure I do. But,
We'll come back in.
Yeah, we'll give you a few minutes, okay?
What do I do about a lawyer?
That's up to you if you're wanting to reach out to a lawyer.
Shouldn't I have one?
We don't advise. We don't give legal advice. That's a decision you need to make.
I mean, I've never been in this situation, so
I understand.
I don't really know what to do.
I understand.
Do you have any idea what kind of charge I would be?
Well, right now I just know what your current charges are.
Okay.
Okay. Right now you have tampering with evidence. Okay. And you have grand theft of a motor vehicle. And abuse of a corpse. And gross abuse of a corpse.
Okay.
Okay. That's what is current. I'm not going to blow smoke and say that those couldn't change or things like that. Okay. I don't want to feed you a line and then you say, well, she's a liar. Well, I don't want to be that person.
It isn't up to us, Sarah.
Yeah.
It's not up to us.
You get one step at a time, okay?
Yep.
I just like to know.
I understand.
Kind
Yep.
of what to.
Sure. Do you have any other questions? Has to have been waiting on you for so long. Okay, I appreciate you being honest with us. Because that's the kind of person you are.
Thank you, Sarah.
I hope it doesn't.
We'll give you a few points, okay?
Is there any way I can use the restroom? I didn't get to.
Oh, I'm sure.
sorry,
Absolutely.
yes.
We don't know the layout here, so let me get a hold of one of these guys.
Give us a second here. Let me try not to make you wait too long.
Still okay? Yeah, stand up, turn around, and put your handcuffs, okay?
Am I able to use the restroom again for?
When we get over to the jail, I'll let you use the restroom over there, okay?
Okay.
It's like literally like 2 minutes.
Okay.
Let's turn this way here. I don't want to clamp down too hard on you, but I gotta make sure they're tight. Hold on a second.
To summarize interview 1. The account is fear-driven, fragmented, minimizing, but not completely evasive. It is given under the acute stress of same-day arrest and without months to integrate the story into a legal or psychological strategy. The confession appears spontaneous in form, but even spontaneous admissions are shaped by self-protection. Sarah acknowledges actions while reducing intention, shares agency at critical moments, and centers some of the emotional consequences on the destruction of her own life. Now hold that version in your head, because interview 2 is not simply more detailed. It is psychologically reorganized.
How are you doing, Sarah? Feel free to have a seat. People here. We didn't want to be rude drinking our coffee in front of you, so we've got you one. Feel free
Thank you so much.
to have it if you like. If you don't like coffee, then
I haven't had coffee for so long.
it's a specialty. It's a Cinnabon, so it's something good. So hopefully, if you don't like it, we can get you a water. Okay. Yeah. So you do like it.
I love coffee.
Good deal. So you wanted to get you something. You don't want to be rude. So until she comes back here, she's gonna get you water just in case. Did you get some rest last night? Okay, good. Good deal.
shined up out there.
Bottle looks a little funny, but it's sealed.
I start making everything so thin anymore.
I know.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, obviously we've spoken with Mr. Lamar and Mr. Wilson, your attorneys. They're fully aware of what's going on. They've spoken with you. Is that correct? Okay. And they've given you the go-ahead to speak with us without them present. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I explained to them I'm still going to read you your Miranda rights here, just to make sure that's covered. And then we can just chat and clarify some things here. So that is what we will do here. It's hard to believe it's January 6th already.
We appreciate you being willing to come over
Of
and
course.
speak with us. So.
What time did you get up this morning?
8:30-ish.
Okay. All right. So, read, write, speak English, correct? Okay. Highest level of education?
It's a
Bachelor's degree?
Yes.
Okay. I think we covered that previously, but I always like to make sure. And I can read it along here if you want to follow along. If you have any questions, stop me at any time, okay? I am going to initial next to each one as we go over them, okay? Okay. So before we ask you any questions, you must understand your rights. Do you understand that? You understand those? Do you have any questions about that at all?
No.
Okay. And your date of birth? I'm sorry. Got
Sorry,
something
I
wrong.
think 2291.
Okay, so I guess I don't know what your thoughts are on the easiest way to get through this. Obviously, it's not going to be something easy to speak about. So we obviously want to make it as simple and comfortable for you as possible, but also, in your own words. We don't want to question after question after question. So we kind of feel like the simplest would maybe to be able to ask you to start kind of from the beginning, maybe when things started with when, say, Jen moved in, that kind of thing, and then just kind of tell us how things played out. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I first met Jen around, I think, late June-ish, 2014, on a dating site. And Corey, my husband at the time, wasn't going to be involved. He knew about it, but he said that he wouldn't try to insert himself in the relationship. So she and I would meet up for movies at my apartment until around the third date when we became in a sexual relationship. Around that time, I learned from her that she was transgender. She had been on hormone therapy for 6 or 7 years, but it was before she had her surgery. And when Corey found out, he really tried to insert himself into the relationship because he had this personal philosophy that a perfect relationship involved a man, a woman, and a transgendered individual. I don't know where he came up with this. I never shared it. Before Jen and I met in person, I had told her that he wouldn't be involved, so the fact that now he was trying to be involved did not help either of us. So we had our relationship, and Corey was trying to pursue other women without success. I never knew about his conversations because I didn't want to know, and he never volunteered it to me. So then around February 2015, Jen went back to her hometown in Massachusetts to do some kind of paperwork, name change or something like that. She didn't really go into details. And then during her absence, that's when Corey started talking to Ryan online. I didn't know about their conversations until around early April-ish, when he told me that he wanted Ryan to move in with us so that he could act on this philosophy. And we argued constantly for the entire month because I always felt like he needed this other person to make up for traits that I lacked and that really, really hurt. and he was expecting me to, I don't know, not fall in love, but become infatuated with Ryan when I first met him, and everything would be perfect.
Sure.
So we argued because he was adamant about it. I did not want it to happen. He didn't like any of the compromises that I was trying to come up with. So finally, I came up with a compromise that I still didn't like, but it was the best I could do, which was Ryan would be allowed to stay in our spare bedroom on the condition that he pay rent, purchase his own groceries, and at the end of a 3-month period, he would have to have a job and his own apartment. Because I told Corey that if the relationship he was pursuing with him was going well, Ryan could still be around to see him, but I didn't want him staying in the house the whole time.
Well, that sounds fair.
Yeah, which he agreed to.
Mm-hmm.
So I talked to Ryan online once, and I did not like him. He was extremely subservient to the point where I found it extremely annoying. Like I was asking him, what are your hobbies? What do you like to do? And he said, I like to draw. And I told him, I have a degree in that. I'd love to help you. He said, no, I'll never be good enough. So I understand that his family, I could see why he had that kind of personality, but I didn't like it. And I let Corey know that I said, I didn't see what he looked like. I don't know if Corey had gotten pictures, but I never got one. And I said, I don't think I'm going to like him when he comes, but I will still give him a chance to at least have somewhere to stay until he gets on his feet. So Jen came back around mid-May 2015, and she kind of officially moved into the living room around either the end of June, early July, something like that, before Ryan came. So she set up her space in the living room. We fashioned a curtain to block it off from the stairwell in the kitchen, so there's a little bit of privacy. And then Ryan came, I don't remember exactly when, but I think it was either the end of July or early August 2015, somewhere in that range. From that point, he moved into the upstairs spare bedroom. Upstairs, we also had the bedroom that Corey and I used to stay in, adjacent. So his spare room would be here, the bedroom was here, there was a long hallway, the bathroom, and then the office. So while Ryan was there, he did pay rent, he did purchase his groceries, but I didn't really interact with him if I didn't have to. Naira did not like him. Jen, sure. She did not like him at all from the beginning. She would make comments like he was a disgusting person, the world would be better off without him. She just absolutely loathed him, mostly because of his personality, but also because he would eavesdrop at the top of the stairs, and she would always catch him, and that really bothered her.
Like eavesdrop on your conversation, or just in general in her personal space?
If anyone was talking in the kitchen, he would sit at the top of the stairs and try to eavesdrop. So Naira, Jen kept to herself.
You can call her whatever you want. Whatever you're comfortable with.
So Naira was, she stayed in the living room primarily. Didn't really interact with Corey or Ryan if she could help it, unless we were all in the kitchen during meal times. I bounced back from staying with her, going to work, and then sometimes staying up in the office with Corey because that's where my desk was. I also tried not to interact with Ryan as much as possible, but I was a little bit more open if he had questions. And then Ryan stayed in his room primarily all the time. And then Corey would bounce between hanging out in Ryan's room, staying in the office or going to school. So we all kind of had a uncomfortable but functioning relationship.
Mm-hmm.
And then in September, I think it was the 25th. I know it was the weekend when everything happened, and I can't exactly remember if it was a Friday or a Saturday. I think it was Friday the 25th. Corey told me that he was meeting a woman at the Greyhound bus station,
Mm-hmm.
and that they had reserved a hotel room in downtown Columbus, and they were going to stay there for the whole weekend. And he also told me that he didn't want to have anything to do with Ryan anymore. He wasn't what Corey expected, and he had not tried to hold up his end of the deal. He had scheduled several job interviews and never went to a single one because he was convinced that he was just going to get rejected, so why bother?
Mm-hmm.
So Corey told me that he did not want Ryan there anymore. He had told him that he wanted him to pack up and leave before Corey came back.
Mm-hmm.
And then he left to go to the hotel. The next day, I don't remember seeing Ryan at all the rest of that day. If I did, it was briefly to go into the kitchen to get something, but he didn't really talk to me.
Mm-hmm.
On the morning of the 26th, Naira started voicing some plan about killing him, and I did not take her seriously because she would make comments like that sometimes. Like if we were in the parking lot and we saw a woman waiting in her car, she would say something like, "Oh, I wonder what would happen if I just shot her in there," or, "Oh, I wonder what would happen if we drove this cyclist off the road," and things like that. She never acted on them, so I never took her seriously. So when she started
Mm-hmm.
saying things about killing Ryan, I didn't take her seriously.
Did she first say something that morning, or had she said something prior?
She may have made passing comments prior, but nothing major. It was less about murder, more about just violence. But I can't remember.
Okay.
But if she did, they were short and passed, and then that was it.
Mm-hmm.
When I went upstairs at some point during the day to get something out of the office, Ryan had left a note propped up on the staircase banister asking to talk to me, and I really didn't want to talk to him because I just wanted him to go.
Mm-hmm.
So then I went back downstairs, and then later on, when I went to use the bathroom, as I was exiting, he stuck his head out of his room and said, "Can I talk to you?" So I finally did. I sat on the floor and listened as he cried and begged me to give him a second chance. He said that Corey hated him and that he wanted. I tuned a lot of it out because I knew he just wanted a second chance. But I told him, "Look, I'm sorry that Corey said that and that he wanted you to leave before your 3-month period, but if that's what he wants, then I'm going to stand by it. Plus, I pointed out, you haven't tried to go to any of your job interviews, and you can't use the excuse that you didn't have a car or you didn't have like a resume that had interested them enough to schedule it. You just didn't want to go because you chickened out." And I said that I wouldn't do anything, that if that's what Corey wanted, then he would have to leave this weekend. Which is not what he wanted to hear, but he agreed to it. So then I left, I went back downstairs, and I filled in Naira on what he had told me, and that's when she went back to fleshing out her plan. I still didn't take her seriously, but I was starting to get worried because of how intricate it was getting. And then when she started gathering tools like trash bags, bleach, the handsaw from the shed, I realized she was serious. So I tried to talk her out of it, calmly at first, and then I started getting a little hysterical. And she told me that if I didn't help, that she was going to do it anyway, and that it was going to be a lot messier and a lot harder to get everything done by herself, and that Corey would probably come home before she was finished. So she said that she would just give me a small role to play, but she would do most of the heavy work. And usually at this point, the attorneys ask me, well, why did you do it? Why didn't you call the police? Why didn't you kick her out? And it was because I loved her. I knew that she wasn't a good person. I knew that she was kind of borderline sociopathic. She liked to manipulate people, including me early in our relationship, but she was the only person who had been there for me through everything that Corey had put me through. And she was the first person that I actually felt like cared about me. Maybe not so much at this point in our relationship, but later on, she was fiercely loyal to me. Mm-hmm. And so I didn't want to lose her. So I agreed that I would help. So in the evening, we waited until Ryan went upstairs to use the bathroom, and then we both went into the office. She had a rag that she dipped in bleach, and she had a bottle of vinegar next to her to add to it when the time came, because I guess they had some kind of chemical reaction and released some kind of poisonous gas. I don't really know, but she did the research for it. So when Ryan came out, I was waiting in the doorway of the office, waited until he walked down the hall, and then I jumped on him from behind, put him in a headlock and pulled him down to the floor with my body weight so I could hold him while Naira came and straddled him and then pressed the rag over his face. When he started making these guttural gasping noises, Naira let me get out from under him, and I curled up in the office and cried. I didn't want to look at her or him. I wish that I didn't have to do it, but it was done, and I was so scared and horrified, but there wasn't, I didn't stop. I didn't stop her. I didn't.
What was your problem?
Yeah. So I stayed in the office. I didn't know that she had put duct tape over his face until the prosecutors or you, or I can't remember, somebody told me that when they examined the head that there was duct tape on it. So I didn't see her do that. I'm guessing she did it to make sure that he wouldn't breathe if he wasn't fully dead. And then she asked me to help her move him into the bathtub, but I wouldn't do it. I said I didn't want to see his face. I couldn't bring myself to look at him. The only thing I could see were his calves sticking out, and his skin had turned white, so I knew that he had died. So I stayed in the office for a while until she did get him in the bathtub, and she had put a trash bag over his head and severed it, and then put that into the freezer so that she could deal with it later. And she started using the handsaw to take off his hands and feet at the joint. And at that time, because his face, I didn't have to see his face anymore, I came out to help, and she gave me his clothes, instructed me to put it in a trash bag while she worked. And after, I'm not sure how much time passed, it felt like maybe an hour, she started to get intestinal cramps. So she went to lie down and said I had to take over. So I put the hands in one bag, or no, the hands and the feet she told me to put in a bag, and then she also put it in the freezer for later because she said those would be the two big identifying factors and she would have to deal with them separately. So I removed the forearms and the calves at the joints, and it was slow, exhausting work, and I did not work fast enough. Her original idea was to cut up everything into as small of manageable pieces as possible and then dispose of them that way, but we didn't have enough time to do that, so we just had the head, hands and feet, the forearms went in one bag, the calves went in another bag, and then we just had to deal with the torso. Around that time, I'd say maybe 4 or 5 in the morning, I knew that it was starting to get light out. She came back to help and had this black Tupperware bin that she had kept some of her belongings in, emptied that out and brought it upstairs, and we put the torso in it, all of the pieces, and then bags that had the tools, rags, gloves, things like that, and threw those in there too. I waited while she cleaned the bathroom quickly. She said she would do a more thorough job later. And then we took the bin and put it in the back of Ryan's car. Sometime between, sometime on the 26th in the afternoon, she had apparently talked to a friend online who arranged to purchase Greyhound tickets for us. I didn't know who he was, and I didn't see her do it because she just wanted to keep it on a need-to-know basis. So once we got the bin into Ryan's car, that's when she told me our plan was to drive to Illinois, leave the car somewhere deserted, and use those tickets to come back to Columbus. So we started driving, and I stopped for gas after maybe half an hour to an hour, and then that's when the car wouldn't start again. She took my phone and was trying to troubleshoot it while I did everything I could think of, and we couldn't get it to start, so we had to call a tow truck and have it bring it back to the apartment complex. And we asked the driver to leave it on the side of that road that ran past the complex, but I don't think it was actually part of it. And then Naira said that I needed to bring my car around because we'd have to use it instead. And when I brought it up alongside, she took some of his belongings out of his trunk, put them in my car, took off the license plates, and just rummaged around and tried to find anything that needed to be taken. And then we moved the bin into the backseat of my car. And we left his car there and started driving again to Illinois. It started getting dark. I don't remember how long we were on the road, but I knew that the day had gone by very quickly. I'm guessing a lot of the time was spent trying to get the car to start, but it did start getting dark when we left in my car.
Sure.
And I started, again, driving towards Illinois, and once it got dark, Naira would randomly pick exits for me to turn off on, and we would drive around trying to find dumpsters that were open and unsupervised, and we would throw one of the bags in it and then get back on the highway and keep going.
Sure.
So we did that until we just had the torso left, but at that point we had both been awake for 36 some hours, so I kept falling asleep at the wheel, and I told her I can't keep driving. So that's when we found the wooded area here, dumped the torso, and turned around and started driving back to Columbus. And I had to stop frequently on country roads to take a quick nap just so I could keep going. And I think it was maybe 1, 2 o'clock in the morning by the time we got back. And Corey was waiting for us in the kitchen. He didn't suspect anything, but he was angry that I had turned off my phone because he had tried to text me to see where I was. So he was furious that he didn't know where we were. I did not want to talk to him. I just wanted to sleep. So we both, Naira and I both went back to the living room and fell asleep. I don't remember what she did with the bin. I know that she cleaned it out. I can't remember if she just threw it in the dumpster at the apartment or what she did with it, but it eventually disappeared somehow. And then she took care of the hands and feet while I was at work and Corey was at school. She did something to make it easy to pick the pieces apart and store that in a bag. And the head, she got this soup pot and made some kind of lye mixture and put the head in it, partially because it was kind of a trophy for her, but also because she didn't know the best way to dispose of it yet. So we had to carry, so she put it in the soup bin, put that in a bag, or several bags, put the pieces of the hands and feet also in the bag, and then kept bagging it up, and we put it in the shed for the time being. And every time we moved, it would have to come with us. So that was a weight that I had to drag with me everywhere I went. Corey never suspected anything. I told him Ryan packed up and left, and he didn't give him a second thought. He started dating another woman until he moved in with her sometime in November. And Naira and I vacated the apartment December, January, somewhere. It was slow work, and moved everything back to my mom's house. And then early January, Corey and I had an uncontested divorce, and then Naira and I married at the end of January. And for a long time, we would check the news constantly. That's when we found out that the torso was discovered. But as time went on and we didn't see any new news, we started planning for a future instead. And we made a suicide pact that should something go wrong or we get discovered, that she was going to shoot me first and then kill herself, because she said she would rather die than spend her life in prison, especially since at the time she was still anatomically male. So she said that she would probably have to go to the male prison, and that was a death sentence in itself, because she was very, very feminine. I agreed to the suicide pact, but I was also scared because I'm terrified of death. I did not want to have it go that way.
Sure.
But as time passed and nothing new happened, I started to feel better, that maybe we'd be able to live a life together. And then the arrest came, and when I said goodbye to her, I could see it in her face that she knew.
Mm-hmm.
And when the officer that the Marion Police Department told me what happened, I wasn't surprised, but it still hurt.
Sure. I need tissues. They're behind you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And that's about it.
Okay. So if you don't mind, I have a few questions. Sure. Okay. Kind of going back a little bit to the point where you said she would bring it up and talk about it, I guess, and she kind of laid out her plan. What did she explain?
She was trying to figure out the best way to kill him without alerting anyone. She didn't want to shoot him because that would be loud, that would be messy, and it would draw attention. So the only other idea she could come up with that would be quiet would be strangulation. And she wanted me to hold Ryan down so that he wouldn't flee or kick her or anything, while she put the rag on his face. She didn't share the after part when we needed to dispose of things, either because, again, she wanted it as a need-to-know basis, or she hadn't figured it out just yet. So she told me that my role was just to pull him down and she would take care of the rest.
Okay. Do you feel like when you pulled him down, did he pass when you had your arms around him? Do you feel like he was dead and then she told you could go?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't have any experience with what the body or what a body does as it's fighting. So I don't know. I know that he was still making noises as I left, but at that point I didn't know if it was him voluntarily doing it or if it was just a reaction.
Okay.
And after I got in the office, I covered my face. I didn't want to look. So anything else was noise for me.
Okay. You had mentioned that she went and gathered all these different things. And I guess, what do you mean she went and gathered? Did she go to a store to buy some of this stuff?
No, she got everything in the apartment. Trash bags and bleach and vinegar were in the kitchen as cleaning supplies. I don't remember where the handsaw came from. I don't know if someone left it there, if it was Corey's. It was something that I saw but never really thought about. But she knew that it was in there.
In
the shed.
The shed, okay, which is the outside little, closet type thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you describe this all to me?
It was...
Or draw it?
So it was about this big-ish, or at least the blade was. So it kind of looked like this, where this was the frame.
Sure.
That was the handle, and then the blade was right here.
Okay. The pot, you mentioned that she had gotten a pot. Did she go purchase that somewhere? Did you guys use that previously for cooking, or where did that come from?
I think she had it with her. I know that it wasn't something that I had ever used. I can't remember if she already had it or if she had purchased it before. I just knew that it wasn't something that Corey and I had with us.
Okay. Because you had mentioned that she brought this up previously. How far previously did she start making comments about violence towards Ryan or killing Ryan versus when it actually took place that weekend?
Well, she made maybe not necessarily violent comments, but disgusted comments she would make ever since basically when he arrived. She more commonly said things like, he's a disgusting human being, or the world would be better off without him, but she didn't actually say things like, I wonder what would happen if I killed him, until that day.
The day that happened. Okay. You had mentioned the bleach and vinegar on the ring.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then mentioned something different was put into the pot?
Lye, some kind of lye mixture.
Okay. And is that something you would have had on hand, or did she go out and purchase?
That she did purchase. The head in the freezer didn't draw any attention because she had packed like vegetables and stuff in front of it, so it didn't look like it was anything. She asked me to drive her to Lowe's to purchase the lye, and then brought it back.
Okay. You had also mentioned that she did her research.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that?
Researching the chemical reaction. I'm not sure what else. I wasn't either paying attention or actually there when she was doing that research.
Did she have her own computer?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Own accounts, that sort of thing? Because as we previously mentioned or spoke, there was different searches and things on your Google. Would that have been you, like searching the jugular, that sort of thing, to know, to make sure you got it right the first time?
I didn't search for it. It may have been something that she searched for, because I would let her borrow my phone if she needed something right away. So I don't recall making the search myself.
Sure.
Because I can't think of any information that I would have gotten from it.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be something that she might have done. The car, the troubleshooting with the car, I knew that she did.
She was searching how to start there. Okay. The days leading up to this, you mentioned that Corey indicated that he, wanted Ryan gone, basically. Was how do you say, is it Naira?
Naira.
I'm sorry, I'm messing up every time. Was she a part of those conversations when he would explain that to you? Did she know that you wanted him out of the picture?
Typically, he wouldn't say it while she was there, but I would relay the information to her, just so everyone was on the same page.
Sure. Okay.
Did Corey ever tell you what his issues were with Ryan, why it ended so abruptly?
Part of it was he discovered that Ryan had, I think it was genital herpes. I think it was some kind of herpes, because, and I don't know exactly what went on between the two of them, so I don't know how he found out, or if Ryan told him or something, but that was kind of the last straw for him, because Ryan wasn't what he expected or wanted, because he wasn't able to start any sort of hormone therapy or see a psychiatrist for it. He was physically male, very much so, and I don't think that's what Corey expected. I don't know if he had gotten photos of Ryan that made him believe he looked another way, but just a combination of Ryan not being what he expected, finding out he had herpes, Ryan never going to his interviews, and whatever other conversations they had, all of it culminated into him wanting to go back to pursuing women and forgetting that it ever happened.
Sure.
Did you know that Corey was reaching out to other women back on dating websites trying to find?
Earlier I didn't. Later on I didn't see him, but I knew that he was doing that. even before he started trying to act on this 3-person philosophy, he was pursuing women to try to have a threesome. And he would contact my friends while I was in college, asking them if they would be interested, and pretending like I was also agreeing to the idea, but never knowing about it. So I lost a lot of friends. People stopped hanging out with me. Roommates would call me furious, and I'd have to tell them this is the first time I've heard of it. So it was something that he always did, but after Ryan, it was more open, I guess. I didn't see the messages. He didn't explicitly tell me about them, but I wasn't surprised if he'd say, I'm meeting this girl somewhere or whatever.
Going back to the items used in sort of, you mentioned she got it all from the house, so like the trash bags, the vacuum seal bag, do you recall that?
Those I think we got after we moved to our first apartment in Pennsylvania, because it started to smell a little funny, so we needed a better seal. And her mother had needed vacuum bags anyway, so we bought some, took what we needed out of it, and then mailed the rest to her mom to use.
Okay. And then the duct tape, as you mentioned, you were told by your attorneys or what have you. And I had showed you a picture of the duct tape. It's like an aqua blue. Do you recall having that on hand?
That was mine.
That was yours. Okay.
She most likely got it out of the office because I used it to like decorate notebooks and stuff like that.
Sure. Okay. So I guess the days leading up, do you recall going with Ryan to Kroger or anything like that, or did you all go to Kroger and make multiple different transactions?
It depended. He did come with us on a few occasions in my car, and once we got there, everybody would kind of split up to get their own things. Corey would go either by himself or with Ryan, and then Ira would come with me. We all did separate transactions, and once we were done, we would load up everything in the car and come back. I think he also went to Kroger or places like that on his own.
Oh, sure.
But if everybody needed to go to the grocery anyway, then we would just all go.
Do you recall any larger purchases? Say there was multiple transactions like the day before at Kroger for like around $100 each.
That was for the rent. I'm trying to remember how much I charged. I think I want to say it was $200 because I think our rent was $600 or something like that. So he would pay for a third of it. I would pay for a third for Naira and myself because she didn't have a job, and then Corey would pay the other third. So those, I do remember asking Ryan to withdraw that money for rent, and because there's a limit on how much cash back you can get, he'd have to do it a few times.
Okay, that makes more sense. I appreciate that. Do you recall, I guess, what happened with his debit card or what have you after he and
Naira kept them.
Okay.
I don't know what she did with them. I think she also got maybe like a flash drive or a hard drive, but she kept all of those to herself. I don't know exactly what she took. Yeah, I can't remember what was in the trunk.
That's okay.
Bags, boxes, and she took what she wanted and then stored it in her area.
Okay. So you don't know if the debit card would have been used by either of you after he had been deceased for a couple weeks. Okay. Do you recall if anything else was in, I guess the torso was in its own bag? Okay. Was there anything else of his belongings or clothing-wise that would have been in there that you recall?
Not in that bag, because it took up most of the bag. I think we had to maybe double bag it, but any small belongings like his clothes would have been put in its own bag, because that was something that we could easily put in one of the dumpsters.
What about like the, my understanding is he traveled with gaming system possibly, or even a tablet, anything like that. Do you recall him having those things, or what happened with those?
I think he had maybe a Wii U or a 3DS. That was something that Naira kept, and I don't know what she did with it. I wouldn't be surprised if she sold it, because she would buy and sell a lot of electronics and fix them up and then resell them.
Sure.
So I imagine that she did that at some point, but it would have been on her own. The only thing I would have done would be take the box to the post office for her.
When she does those transactions.
Yeah. Okay. So I remember seeing the Wii U like gamepad screen a couple of times, and then I didn't see it again. So.
Okay. You doing okay?
Yeah.
I know we're asking questions, so I apologize.
It's hard reliving this over and over and over, and
hopefully after today we can move forward.
I hope so. Yeah. I think I have to do it again at the sentencing, so I'm just very emotionally drained after having to do this over and over.
Well, and unfortunately, in situations like this, sometimes it helps to get it all out. The more that you speak about it, then that offers closure for you as well.
Yeah.
So I mean, that has with me in past circumstances. So hopefully you'll get that same closure.
Yeah. You mentioned that Naira kept a hard drive. Would that have included like a tablet or a computer or something, or just specifically took that out?
I think it was specifically the external hard drive. I did let Ryan borrow either a tablet or an old laptop. I can't remember which. Maybe it's like I can't remember if I still had my old laptop or if I had given that to someone, but he did borrow something to use to communicate with friends, family, or be online, whatever.
Okay. Do you recall searching how to clear or wipe like an ACES tablet?
That would have been something that Naira would have already known how to do.
Okay. Okay. Do you recall anything about getting on any of Ryan's accounts, like around that time frame, and speaking with one of his friends on, I guess it'd be Steam or the Google Chats?
I didn't. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if that was something that Naira could do. She was very, very tech savvy.
Okay.
So if she did that, I wasn't there to see it, so she may have done it while I was at work or something. But it doesn't surprise me to hear that something like that might have happened.
Do you recall any of Ryan's friends reaching out, asking anything about what happened? I mean, after he was dead.
No.
Okay. And speaking of work, would you have been at work this weekend and come home early around lunchtime or anything? Or
I don't think so. I wouldn't have come home during a break because it was only half an hour, and it takes I think like 20 minutes to get from Barnes & Noble to my apartment. The only day that I think I could have worked might have been on the 25th. But I know I definitely didn't on that Saturday and Sunday because I was helping her with everything that whole time, and I don't know if I called off work. I don't think I did. If I did, it would have been that Sunday when we came back early in the morning, or the day after, but I can't exactly remember.
Sure.
But I do know that on at least the 26th and early on the 27th that I wasn't scheduled to work.
Okay. So
This is where the story fundamentally changes shape. In interview 1, agency was murky and shared, "We cut it up." Short answers, minimal elaboration. Here, 4 months later, Sarah gives a long, fluent, chronological account. Naira gathers trash bags, bleach and the handsaw. Naira researches a chemical mixture. Naira develops the plan. Sarah says she still does not take her seriously. Notice the density of specific detail. The doorway, the headlock, the body weight, the tools and the sequence of actions. This is what an integrated narrative sounds like. Ordered, sensory and relatively unhesitating. But detail alone does not establish accuracy. A rehearsed account can become richly detailed because the speaker has repeatedly visualized it. Now notice where Sarah places herself inside that narrative. She describes trying to talk Naira out of it, becoming hysterical and receiving only a small role while Naira performs most of the heavy work. She remains involved, but the verbs increasingly assign initiative elsewhere. Agency is one of the strongest psychological predictors of perceived responsibility. Compare, I planned. She planned. I chose. She told me. I restrained him. I was given a role. The factual event may still involve the speaker, but the moral architecture changes completely. This redistribution of agency allows two goals to coexist. Sarah can acknowledge enough involvement to appear truthful while preserving a version of herself as influenced, dependent or emotionally trapped rather than directing events. That is a powerful form of impression management because total denial would be implausible, while full ownership would be psychologically and legally devastating. Listen to the explanation she gives for staying. I loved her. I knew she was not a good person, but she was the only person who had been there for me. This describes a dependent, asymmetric attachment. The emotional logic is not, I believe the act was right. It is, I could not tolerate losing the person. Fear of abandonment can produce extreme compliance in some relationships, especially where the person's sense of safety, identity, or belonging has become concentrated in one partner. That does not remove responsibility. Dependency can explain vulnerability without erasing choice. The psychologically important question is whether Sarah is describing actual coercive influence, retrospectively interpreting ordinary loyalty as coercion, or combining genuine dependency with strategic self-exculpation. All three can exist at once. A person can be genuinely dependent and still make active choices. They can feel manipulated and still manipulate. They can experience fear and still participate. Forensic psychology becomes less accurate when it forces complex behavior into a single category of victim or offender. The fact that Naira is no longer alive is ethically important. Every later claim about who planned the crime, who initiated the violence and who performed the heavy work, is uncontested by the one other central participant. That does not make Sarah's claims false. It means they must remain identified as one interested party's testimony rather than settled fact. There is also a process known as motivated remembering. When the consequences of an event are severe, memory can gradually organize itself around the interpretation that best preserves the person's future identity. The mind asks, often unconsciously, what version of this event allows me to live with myself? In Sarah's later account, that answer appears to be, I was involved, but I was emotionally dependent on someone more dangerous, more organized and more controlling than I was. This version is psychologically survivable because it preserves a distinction between participation and authorship. She is not claiming complete innocence. She is claiming reduced authorship. That is often more credible to listeners because partial admissions create the appearance of balance. The story also contains elements of moral credentialing. By describing herself as horrified, resistant, and emotionally conflicted, Sarah establishes a moral identity before recounting her participation. The implicit message becomes, the person I truly am is the person who objected, panicked and loved too much. not the person defined by the acts that followed. Whether that distinction is accurate cannot be determined from interview behavior alone. But the narrative function is clear. The account separates her essential self from her criminal behavior. This is a common human defense. People often describe serious wrongdoing as something committed by a temporary, pressured, or damaged version of themselves rather than as evidence about who they are. Notice too how blame does not remain fixed on one person. Naira becomes the planner and dominant force, while Corey later becomes the person who ruined Sarah's life. This suggests that the account is not merely reconstructing events. It is organizing a wider personal history around sources of injury and influence. Sarah increasingly presents herself as someone to whom damaging relationships happened. That framing may contain real emotional truth, but it can also reduce attention to the moments in which she exercised independent agency. A psychologically sophisticated analysis must hold both possibilities at once. Sarah may have experienced herself as trapped, and she may also have made deliberate choices within that experience.
Just so I understand, the 25th is when Corey would have went to meet the woman.
I believe so.
Okay. Did he drive there himself? Did anybody bring him there? 'Cause
I can't remember if I had given him a ride there or if he took the bus. Because I know at one instance I gave him a ride and another time he went by himself.
Okay.
And I get that mixed up.
Sure, that's okay.
But he got there somehow.
Okay, so he went on the 25th and then Saturday the 26th. When did, I guess, the plan start playing out?
When we woke up, maybe it was like 10:30, 11, somewhere in the late afternoon, late morning, early afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
I think we were just relaxing in bed, and that's when she started thinking out loud about those things, and I was kind of half asleep, so it was just more of her ramblings to me.
Mm-hmm.
It really wasn't until after I had finished talking to Ryan that her fixation on the plan started to get worrisome, because before it would have just been like really basic info, like, oh, we kill him and cut him up and throw him somewhere, and then that was the end. But when she started going into the details, like, we would need to remove this first and that, and then we would have to do this, that it started becoming less like her other comments and more something new that I hadn't experienced.
Mm-hmm. And roughly about what time of day was it that we would have been upstairs and all this started? Because you said it took a while.
Mm-hmm.
So roughly about what time of day?
Anywhere between I don't know exactly the time, but I knew that the sun was starting to go down.
Okay. And I don't expect you to.
Yeah, so it could be anywhere from like 6 to 9 somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I just remember that that the sun was setting when I was in the kitchen,
Mm-hmm.
and when Naira started to get the things out from under the kitchen sink.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then it took a while. You said you were awake for 36 hours.
Mm-hmm.
About what time did you return home then after?
Maybe 1 or 2 in the morning.
Okay.
3 at the latest.
Okay.
I started to lose track of my concept of time because I kept sleeping and then driving and sleeping and driving.
Sure. Okay.
You said Corey was waiting for you
Mm-hmm.
at that point in time.
I think he had come back sometime in the evening, I guess, and since we didn't leave a note or anything and he couldn't call me, he didn't know what was going on.
Did Naira have a phone or phone number?
She kept hers turned off.
Okay, so it's not something that Corey would have been able to reach out, or have he even reached out to her?
He might have.
Okay.
That was one thing that also bothered me was he had told me, it's kind of unrelated, but
Sure.
He had told me that he had asked Naira for her number and that she gave it to him, which I thought was kind of weird considering she didn't like him. And then I came to find out that he had taken my phone, copied her number, messaged her, and said that I gave him the number. And we didn't find out about that until Naira and I sat down and talked about it, and she said, oh, he said that you gave him the number. I said, no, you gave him the number.
Okay.
So anytime after Brian would have been identified, were you guys watching the news or watching any of that beforehand? So you had seen when he had been identified at that point in time?
Not identified. I never knew that he was identified.
Okay.
I saw the news report that they had found the body, that they were trying to get a DNA extraction or whatever, and that they hadn't found any matches. So I think maybe 2 or 3-ish years after that, we kind of stopped checking the news because nothing changed. So I never knew that he was identified because I don't know if that was released to the public.
Sure. Talking about keeping parts of it for identification purposes, that sort of thing. You mentioned that she had placed the head in the pot and that sort of thing, and then there was other bags with the hands and feet. Were they all placed in one bag or separated out, or what do you recall?
I think it was just all in one bag, but I could be mistaken.
Okay. Do you recall if it was just the hands and feet, or what was all put in those bags?
It should have just been the hands and feet, because the forearms and calves, I know that we threw into some dumpster somewhere.
Okay. Do you recall if they were manipulated at all? You mentioned needing to put it in another bag because it started to have an odor. Do you recall if Naira or either you or her went into those bags at all to move them around, to put some of it in a separate bag or anything like that?
I don't remember. If I know that it was easier to just keep putting it in new bags than it was to take them out and change the bags.
Sure.
Plus the places we were living did not allow us to have enough room to really properly take care of it, so it was easier to put it in another trash bag, we might have stuck it in another vacuum seal that we had laying around, but we just kept layering it so we wouldn't have to deal with it.
So the pot was never opened back up after it was sealed up? Okay.
At least I didn't think so. I know she might have, but I never did.
Okay.
And you had mentioned when the hands and feet were placed in the bag, you said that she had went back and wanted to do something to separate them?
Yeah, to pick them apart so that it didn't resemble a hand or a foot anymore. Because she thought it would be easier to get rid of that part than the head. But I think once we put it in the bag with the head, at least I just kind of forgot about it and just kept everything in there.
Okay.
So she never necessarily did that part of it. That was just her plan.
Right.
Initially. Okay. Okay. That makes sense.
Do you need to use the bathroom or anything?
I think I'm good right now.
Okay. Let me step out, take a quick break, if that's okay with you?
Yeah.
Okay. Good with the water and things? Do you need anything?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. And then we'll be right back.
Okay.
That sound good? Okay.
Thank you for the coffee.
Oh, you're welcome.
Is it any good?
It was good.
We took a long shot. It sounded good to us, so we took a long shot on it.
Sorry, I just have to knock that. Yeah. Don't startle you. So we have a few more things to touch on, if that's okay. Kind of went back and looked at some different things and wanted to ask additional questions for clarification. With regard to working at Barnes & Noble, would you recall working that morning on that Saturday, I guess it'd be the 26th, until like noon, or would you have gotten a call from Naira to come home, or?
I wouldn't have gotten a call from her to come home. Maybe I worked in the morning. I honestly can't remember. I know that she wouldn't have called me to come home. So if it was an early morning shift, I would have left around 6:30-ish, and I would have come home around 1 or 2, 3 at the latest.
Okay.
So I don't remember.
But you do recall waking up that morning and discussing things, or Naira was making comments and things that were of concern to you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what time frame do you recall waking up? I mean, have this been able to be a conversation prior to going to work?
No, it would have been one after in that case, because we talked for maybe an hour or so. It wasn't like the kind of discussion we're having now. It was more like a sleepy, wondering, spotted with other topics. Yeah, so I don't remember, but if I did work that morning, then when I came home, we might have laid around and talked about it.
Okay. Gotcha. In total different topic, okay. You're an artist, right? So some of your artwork,
yeah.
Can you explain that?
So art for me is a coping mechanism. And I know that Randy and Eric had mentioned that there were 2 pieces in particular that gave people red flags. One was a painting of a sheep with that was done in blood, or some of it. That piece I had done prior to ever knowing about Ryan. That was a coping mechanism for everything that I'd been through with Corey. And the artist's statement that I wrote about it said that I felt like a sacrificial lamb giving up my happiness so that somebody else could get what they wanted. And I used to cut myself when I was in high school, so that kind of all brought like my anxiety and depression into that piece.
Sure.
The other one was a mermaid holding a human head, and I know that people thought, or at least I heard, that this was like, I don't remember how they described it, but showing like, look what I did. But that was also a coping mechanism, having to drag that around with me everywhere we moved. And also I did that in October, so it was supposed to be kind of a macabre piece for Halloween. And also tying back to the myth of mermaids, that they would dismember their victims and drown them or whatever. So that was both a kind of, what's the word, a shock value piece mixed with my own personal struggle.
And the personal struggle being dealing with all of this that we just
I couldn't talk to anyone about it.
Yeah, you had to release that in some fashion, and for you that was all right.
So if there are any other pieces that were alarming, none of them were meant as bragging rights. They were all just coping mechanisms.
Sure. I appreciate it, because that makes more sense.
Yeah.
No, because you had the one Make It Holy, I think that's the one that you had. And you had one an honorable mention, I think, on that one on one of your art shows. So that was the one made with blood. Was that your blood that you used in that?
I just pricked a finger and put some in a cup and used it, so it wasn't like any weird gory thing.
Sure.
So that piece meant a lot to me because of everything that I had gone through with Corey. I basically just felt like a piece of meat, and I needed a way to get that out.
Okay. Understandable. And you had another one titled Sacrificial Lamb.
That I think that was I did that before the painting, same sheet, same, it's actually coincidence that I drew it with the limbs severed. I remember looking at some artists who did something like that, and so that was also coping with feeling like the sacrificial lamb. So I did that first, and then I did the painting.
Getting back a little bit to the body. Okay, there's no easy way around it, so I apologize. How long do you recall that the hands or the head and things remained in the freezer?
Several days. I don't remember exactly how long, but I knew it wasn't right away. But with the way Naira had bagged them and positioned them, it didn't bring any suspicion. At least Corey never seemed suspicious of it. I think she was waiting for like a time when nobody would be there and she wouldn't be disturbed. So when Corey was at school, he's usually there. He would usually take the bus sometime in the morning and not be back until either late afternoon, early evening, something like that. And so she would have waited until I was at work and he was at school, so she wouldn't be interrupted. So I know it was in there for at least a few days, if not longer.
And this wasn't something discussed with Corey at all?
No.
At any point? No. Was there ever any conversation with Corey, even after this kind of came out on the news?
I haven't spoken to him for many, many years. 4 years now, I think.
Okay.
He did ask me, I think, on a few occasions what I did that day, but I would never tell him. I suspect he thinks it was some kind of drug deal, but he never knew what actually happened and then didn't ask me anymore.
What do you mean he suspects it was some kind of drug deal?
He told me, or when he was trying to ask me like what happened, and I said I can't tell you, I do remember asking him, what do you think it was? And he said I thought it was some kind of drug deal, because he knew that Naira had some shady secrets. There was no proof, but based on her personality, I think that was what he thought had happened. But he never outright asked me, and I never outright volunteered any of the information. So I didn't need him to know.
Okay, so you're speaking of why you guys were gone and came home at such an odd time frame.
And why would my phone be off? Because I never turned off my phone. But Naira wanted me to, so that he couldn't contact me, and also that they couldn't track the GPS or something like that. I didn't fully understand that. I just followed her directions.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, and speaking about that, the conversation that you had with Corey about Ryan, Naira was not a part of that?
No. I told her afterwards, but she wasn't there for the initial part. I just relayed the information.
Okay. And you mentioned something about Naira's shady past.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me more about that.
So she started hormone therapy when she was, I think, 20 or 21. And she moved out of her mother's house. And the places that she had stayed were kind of seedy. I know she stayed with, or she roomed with some porn stars. She was doing cam videos to make money. She had a violent past. When she was in high school, I think she tried to stab someone with a pencil or something, but the charges were dropped. She implied that she had done something else that was also violent that I never found out about. And then just the way her personality was with the sociopathic tendencies, the aggressive, manipulative behavior. She didn't like to talk about her past with me, but she would sometimes feed me small little tidbits to show that she had secrets.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that was in a way to manipulate you? To intimidate you?
Possibly. I don't really know how I felt about it.
Sure.
I mean, later on, the longer we were together, I just accepted it and didn't try to ask because that was her past and she would do with it what she would. But once Corey couldn't be with her and me, and once she came back, he changed his attitude from trying to insert himself to trying to make me break up with her, basically.
Mm-hmm. So you mentioned that she would give you little tidbits here and there of these secrets and things. Mm-hmm. The tidbits being that she tried to stab somebody with a pencil. Was that kind of like the tidbits that she would give?
That was one that she was straightforward with me about.
Tell me more about that.
Let's see. I don't know what grade it was. I just know it was high school. It was before she started transitioning. And I think it might have been, I don't know if this is 100% true, but I think she was at a point in her life where she knew that she should have been a woman, mm-hmm. but didn't have the resources to do anything about it. So she always had a lot of aggression. She was a very straightforward, aggressive type of person.
Sure.
So from my understanding with the stabbing, I think she and some friends had made a comic for themselves, and the person who was stabbed took the pages and tore them up or something like that. So she took a pencil and I don't know where they got stabbed, but she stabbed them with a pencil, and she was brought to court, but the charges were dropped or some kind of agreement they came to, so it never stayed on her record.
Did this happen at the school or outside of the school? Do you
I think it was at the school.
Do you happen to know what school she would have attended? No. Do you know where her hometown was?
Holyoke, Massachusetts. So I wouldn't be surprised if it was at one of those schools in the area.
Okay. Appreciate you sharing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And with all her, like, if she had these violent tendencies, was there ever a time that you were like, oh, maybe this is a relationship I want to shy away from, maybe she needs to leave?
During her absence, when she was back at her hometown, I do remember that Corey took advantage of her absence to try to turn me against her. Either because I want to say it could have been because he saw what she was really like, but the truth is he he felt jealous and what's the word? He wanted her out of my life because I kept choosing her over him for obvious reasons. So during her absence, he started causing me to resent her. And when she did finally come back, we kind of had a fight over the phone. But what ended up happening was we stopped trying to be intimate and just started to be friends, which made the relationship stronger. And she became more open with me. When I first met her, she was very, very guarded. She never really shared anything about herself. She didn't want me to add her on Facebook. She didn't want any public knowledge of us. But once she came back, she was more open about that. To me, to a longer term relationship, less casual. So what Corey had tried to do actually ended up backfiring on him.
Sure. But you mentioned that she didn't want that connection, basically, at least not in the public's view. Did she have Facebook?
She did, but she didn't really use it. She never posted pictures of herself. She never let anyone take pictures of her because she had horrible self-esteem issues, and what she pictured as her inner self was not what she actually saw. So she had her Facebook to talk to friends,
sure,
but never to post pictures or anything like that.
What name would she have gone by?
When I met her, she stuck with Jennifer. The only people who knew her real name was her family, well, specifically her mother and her sister, myself, and any medical professionals, dentists,
sure,
doctors, stuff like that.
So what would have been her Facebook or social media name?
Probably Jenna.
Jenna?
That's typically what she used.
Did she use a certain last name?
No, she tried to keep it just Jenna. She also never used her last name for anything. So on Steam she was Jenna, on message boards she was Jenna, so that was the common name that most people knew her by.
Okay. So to get accounts on these different media sites and things, you generally would have to have some sort of email address. Do you recall what her email address was?
It was also Jenna573, and it was through it was basically a message board, but it was tied to an organization she used to be a part of that did games. So at things like Comic-Con, they would bring Dance Dance Revolution, arcade games, set them up so that people at the convention can use it. And that was the group that her email was tied to.
Okay. Did she have a Gmail account or anything? Do you know what that would have been?
Well, her email was technically Gmail, but the end handle was different, so it was Jenna573 at, and it spelled out Bimani Sows, which was the name of the forum, but it used the Google layout. Okay. Whoever was in charge of the email, I don't really know what it was like or how they did it, but it was routed through Gmail, but it used the website's handle, so something like that.
Okay.
But I think it was through Gmail, but the website host was in charge of distributing the emails or providing them or something like that. I don't fully understand it.
Sure. Okay. Back in and I guess it had been 2015, around August or so, there were searches for firearm, bill of sale. I guess it would have been like around August 10th or so. Do you recall searching that?
I don't recall it, but I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know if it was for her pistol that she used or if it was for the rifle that I bought. I want to say it was the rifle, but I'm not 100% sure.
What initiated those purchases?
Naira was I don't want to say a gun fanatic, but she strongly believed in her right to carry. And she already had a shotgun, an air rifle, and I think it was just those two. She purchased the pistol. I can't remember when. Sometime during the summer, and then she wanted to go shooting at a range, so she was doing research to see what would work best for me, because I wanted, I've never really cared about guns. I still don't, but it was something that we could bond over and she could teach me about. And if we ever played like zombie games or something like that, I would always pick rifles, so she did research for me to find the best one. So that could have been what the searches were.
Sure.
I don't think I would have done the searches myself because I didn't understand what I needed to look for. So that would have been something that she did and then explained later to me.
Do you recall going out with her to purchase a pistol just shortly after this weekend?
I think I don't know if it was before or after, but I did go with her to, I think it was Gander Mountain. At least that's where I got mine, so I imagine that we would have gone to the same place. I thought it was before, but it could have been after. I honestly don't remember, but I do remember going with her.
Do you recall the conversation? I guess, was it anything to do with, possibly using it on Ryan or having it for after the fact for the suicide pact, or when did that suicide pact come into play?
I don't think we really discussed it until after the body had been found, because she became more paranoid. I don't remember if I'm thinking the suicide pact was after she got the pistol because that would make the most sense. So it was sometime after January, February then that it was really spoken about. It was not something that I wanted to talk about frequently, because it was very, very scary to think about. So we discussed it and just kind of left it.
Right. Okay. Getting back to the body and things, analyzing some of that, there had been like foil pieces discovered with some of it. Do you recall anything, including foil or, if that would have been something that would came off of something that was used?
There wasn't anything upstairs that we had used that had foil in it. It was just the trash bags, like medical gloves, the saw, the bleach, and the vinegar, and some cleaning rags or paper towels, and then I guess the duct tape. I don't know what the foil would be. That would have been something that she did something with on her own.
Okay. The saw itself, was it like a clean saw? Was it rusty? Was it, you know what I'm saying?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember if it was new or old.
And obviously the first time that Megan and I went back here after your arrest, when you got brought over here, I had asked you about your tattoo as we were walking back.
Mm-hmm.
Is that in correlation to the suicide pact?
I got this after we had discussed it. And also, I mean, unfortunately now it's a memento of her. But I did get it during a period where I was most terrified and anxious about it. It was also, I guess, more of a reminder for her because she would see it more than I did, and every now and then she would kiss it for good luck.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what the...
Did anybody else know about your suicide pact?
Yeah.
I didn't know if anybody else had seen that and questioned what that was about.
I've had not any family members, but strangers have asked about it, and I would just say that it's the caliber that her pistol had. And that's all I would say about it.
It's a personal thing.
Mm-hmm.
So Jen had used, or Naira had used your phone a lot to do a lot of these searches. Did her phone have data capabilities?
I think the phone she had at the time was one that you might have gotten, the HTC silver phone. It was a little outdated, and she primarily used it for music and videos and things like that. So my phone was, whatever plan my mom had, I had unlimited data, so it was a little bit faster, and I usually always had it on me, so if she needed to look up someone or something quickly, she would just grab it and type it in, rather than like if we were upstairs, she'd have to go back downstairs and get it, things like that.
Do you recall if she had a passcode on there?
On hers?
Or what that would be?
Probably, but I have
okay, I didn't know if it was like a specific number that you both, you know, would recall, that kind of thing.
Okay. And prior to you and Naira meeting, I know you said that you met on a dating website. Do you remember what dating website?
Craigslist. Before they took down the personal section.
Sure. Okay. And that was the same one Corey was using where he had found Ryan?
I don't know.
Okay.
He didn't share any of that. I didn't want to know. He just told me, I've been talking to this guy and I want him to come stay with us.
Okay.
I know that I did talk to Ryan once. I don't know if it was Google Hangouts or IM or something. But yeah, I had talked to him once. That's where I said, oh, you know, you like to sketch, I could help you. And he said, no. Excuse me. Yeah, and talked to him just that one time, never got photos or anything, and then I just stopped talking to him and let Corey do his own thing.
Okay. And it sounds like you and Corey were kind of venturing out of the marriage.
Unwillingly.
Okay.
Yeah. Since, well, I mean, in hindsight, I can see a lot of the signs that I should have seen with him. When we were dating, he had cheated on me once. When we got married and then moved into the apartment so I could start my freshman year, he tried to go after my best friend, which caused us to have a falling out. He went after my classmates. So the first couple of years I was trying to support him with whatever he was figuring out, but by year 3 and on, I was just tired of it. I was exploring my sexuality because I thought for a while I was more attracted to women, and he was okay with that, expecting that he might be able to stick himself in the relationship. So definitely by the time I met Naira, we were both kind of branching off. I had more success than he did, but definitely by year 4.5 to 5, we were pursuing our own separate relationships. I had considered divorce for a while, but I wasn't sure if that was something I really wanted to do. And Ryan's death kind of acted as a catalyst and made me realize that I didn't want to be with Corey anymore, especially when after Ryan, in his mind, left, he almost immediately found a new girlfriend to move in. I don't think she officially moved in, but she was there enough that she acted as another person. And I was just done with all of these people being in the apartment.
Was there anyone else before Corey, or I'm sorry, before Ryan?
If there were, they were casual.
Okay.
I can't think of any. I mean, I can think of all the attempts that he made with all my friends, but nothing was ever successful.
Okay. Nothing where he had wanted to move someone else in, had asked you for permission to move someone else in?
Right, this was the first time.
Okay. You had mentioned all of Naira's mentioning, like, the lady walking across the parking lot and how easy it would be. Has it ever crossed your mind that possibly she's done something like this before?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge of her ever doing this before?
No. And I don't think she would have told me anyway, as whatever the term is, I wouldn't be an accomplice or keeping a secret or something like that. So I never knew for sure, but I wouldn't have been surprised.
And you never asked her if she's done something like that?
I asked her once, and she didn't answer, which is probably what made me suspect that something had happened, but I never pushed her for it.
You said she kind of had a past, violent past, that sort of thing. Other than the pencil stabbing, are you aware of any other?
Anything. She was never big on physical violence, mostly mental. And early in our relationship, she did it to me too. She liked to find people's weaknesses and dig her claws into them and just keep pushing them. She would troll people online because it was funny and fun for her. And she liked seeing how far she could go pushing someone's buttons. So for our first few years together, she would do that to me until it became too much. And she worked on not subjecting me to that, but would still do it to other people online, especially if she was playing games. So her violence was usually directed to inanimate objects like cookery, clothes, whatever, but not really to other people, if that makes sense.
Do you know if she had been arrested for anything else?
I don't know. I just know about the stabbing, so I'm not sure.
About how old would she have been at that time?
She was in high school. I don't know exactly when, but sometime in high school.
And you said you know what name she would have went by at that time?
Yes, I think it would have been under Yarnie Whitaker.
Okay. Do you know any prior names?
She was born Jeremy Ramos, and then sometime in school, I don't know if it was high school or middle school, she changed her name to Yarnie Whitaker, and then she changed her name to Naira Whitaker.
You mentioned having conversation with Ryan about him peeking out the door, wanting to talk with you, that sort of thing. Was there ever any conversation that led you to believe that he would have wanted to harm himself in any way, felt suicidal, or that he was just overwhelmed with leaving, as Corey asked?
Only that time did he ever strike, I don't know if I go so far as to say suicidal, but at least self-harm, because when he was crying and pleading, he was pulling on his hair a little harder than one would normally do, and hitting himself in the forehead with the heel of his hand, to the point I could hear it echoing. He had never said or displayed suicidal tendencies. The only other time that I saw him come somewhat close to how he acted in the bedroom was when he did the dishes not very well, and when Naira came down to put them away or use one, she called him out on it. And I do remember her trying to explain to him, this is how you can make sure that nothing is left over. And it was a conversation where it would have made sense for him to say, oh, okay, I'll do better next time. But instead he collapsed into a chair crying and saying, this is the one job that I have to do and I can't even do it right. And I know all of us were in the kitchen and we were all shocked at that response. So I assume he had a lot of anxiety. He obviously had a lot of self-esteem, self-confidence issues. And I don't think he really knew how to handle criticism, so that's why he acted the way he did. That's why he eavesdropped on the stairs. He was, he had a lot of problems, but it wasn't something that I wanted to help coach him to figure out. I just let him do his own thing.
Sure. And that conversation where he was pleading and crying and things, was that morning? Okay, I guess it'd be Saturday.
Yeah, sometime on Saturday.
Okay.
I don't think it was, I don't remember exactly when, but either probably in the early to mid-afternoon, something like that.
Okay.
And you said, obviously, these weaknesses of Ryan are obvious to all three of you in this apartment at this point in time. And you said Naira liked to latch onto those, kind of dig her claws into those weaknesses. Is that something that she did to Ryan as well?
Absolutely.
Okay. And I guess, how would she go about it? Would it be like more verbal put downs, things like that? Did she ever get physical towards him at all? Okay.
It was always verbal. Probably because the things that she would say or point out stuck a lot more than if it was a physical altercation.
So you mentioned that you had brought Naira up to speed on the part where Corey had told Ryan he needed to leave and that sort of thing. And then was that before the conversation that she started making comments about killing him and the plan? Or why wouldn't she have just left him pack his things and leave?
I don't know. That's because I remember telling her, why can't we just let him go? Why do you need to do this? And the thing she said was along the lines of, someone like that doesn't deserve to be out in the world to ruin someone else's life. So I think in some perverse way it was her idea that I don't want to go so far as to say she was dealing out justice, but she just felt very strongly that he didn't deserve to be out there.
You had mentioned in prior conversations that you felt like Ryan had ruined your life. Did you express that to Naira?
No. When I said that the first time, I was doing it to protect her. I didn't like Ryan. He did disgust me, but I didn't feel that he ruined my life. Corey ruined my life. Every problem that I had suffered through was a direct result of his actions. So I didn't like what Ryan had done to my relationship, but I didn't blame him for the outcome, and I didn't blame him for the resulting divorce.
Sure.
Any animosity I have still is towards Corey.
Sure. Understandably.
Yeah. And that's why we tried to be friends for the year after we divorced, but it was not good. So I just cut him off completely, and I haven't spoken to him since then.
And I hate to go there, and this is going to sound really mean coming from me, but it popped in my head. So you said you were trying to protect Jen. Knowing the suicide pact in place and that was her game plan, I guess, why try to protect her at that point in time?
Yeah, that's what I thought about in hindsight. It would have devastated me to have to throw her under the bus and say, well, she was the one who did it. I guess there was a small part of me that thought if I took the fall for her, she would be okay. But thinking back now, I should have known with the look on her face that there was no point trying to protect her. She was going to do it anyway, with me or without me.
So you knew that she was going to do that after you left?
I didn't know 100%, but I suspected it. I think at one point when I was by myself in the interview room, I thought I heard one of the officers say something about gunshot, and that's when it hit me. And I thought, oh my God, are they talking about her? Did she do it? And that was the biggest question that I had until they moved me to the other room and told me for sure.
Is there a reason you wouldn't have said something to the officers there before they brought you away to
I had just woken up, so I didn't know where my head was, and I got very lightheaded and almost passed out. So I had a sensory overload because on one hand I'm trying to not hyperventilate, I'm trying to breathe.
Well, you have what, a speeding ticket on your record up until the cops show up at your house. That's understandable.
And both of the officers were asking me different questions. I was trying to tell them who was in the house, and there was noise, and my mom was yelling, and I kind of shut down. So I didn't have enough mental capacity to remember that pact we made, and I think there was a tiny part of me that thought things were going to be okay. So that's why I didn't say anything.
This short exchange is one of the most psychologically revealing moments in either interview. The detective references an earlier statement that Ryan ruined her life. Sarah corrects it. She says she used that version to protect Naira, that she did not like Ryan but did not believe he ruined her life, and that Corey ruined her life. This is a real-time narrative revision happening on camera. Sarah openly acknowledges that one version of her story served a strategic purpose: protecting Naira. That admission is important because it demonstrates awareness that statements can be selected according to interpersonal goals rather than purely factual recall. The correction also reveals how blame is mobile. In one version, Ryan becomes the cause of Sarah's suffering. In another, Naira becomes the dominant offender. In another, Corey becomes the person who ruined her life. Each version may contain part of her emotional experience, but the movement itself shows that causation is being reorganized. People do not only remember what happened, they remember what the event means. As relationships change, that meaning changes too. While Naira was alive and emotionally central, protecting her may have felt necessary. After Naira's death, the psychological and legal value of protection changes. The account can now be reorganized around separation from her. This does not require cartoonish, conscious manipulation. Memory reconstruction often happens gradually. Repeated interpretation changes which details feel important and which motives feel true. A person may sincerely experience the newest version as more honest because it better matches their current emotional understanding. But sincerity and accuracy are not identical. A person can sincerely believe an account that has been reshaped by grief, legal pressure, resentment and self-preservation. That is why forensic analysis pays close attention to documented changes over time rather than relying only on how convincing the final version sounds. The self-correction also shows meta-awareness. Sarah is not merely telling a story, she is commenting on why she told a different story before. That is sophisticated narrative management. She anticipates the credibility problem created by inconsistency and explains it in a way that again reduces her own moral agency. The earlier statement was not selfish deception, but loyalty to someone she loved.
With Naira's, she kind of, like we discussed before, likes to sync her. Corey had mentioned that ahead of time to Brian and through their chats, because we had recovered most of their chats back and forth. And he had mentioned like she was mean, wouldn't like the fact that if Ryan's not taking those steps to transition, because obviously she was taking those steps to become who she wants to be and who she felt she was, so Ryan needs to be at that point as well. Was there any mutilation that Naira had done towards Ryan at all, even post his death?
No. I mean, the only mutilation was the cutting off the limbs, but I didn't know anything that Corey and Ryan talked about. But it doesn't surprise me to hear that, because that's what she did to him. She loved pointing out, so Corey was going for a psychology degree, and he felt like he had more knowledge than the average person, but Naira knew much more than he did and loved to belittle him about that. And I think he was bitter about the fact that I was grieving over her being gone for those months. So he was trying to paint her as this awful person who everyone needed to avoid, which unfortunately it worked on me, and I guess that's why he said it to Ryan. She was a little, what's the word? She was hypocritical about transitioning. She, with the community that she was part of, the Bimani community, she always said that she was the quote-unquote trendsetter for transitioning, because when she started, a bunch of other people in the community also did that. But her opinion of people transitioning was she didn't like people who wanted to wear it like a badge, if that makes sense, like going around saying, "Oh, look at me! You need to use my proper pronouns." Excuse me, just beat that over them. She said that if you want to transition, your goal is to just fit in, and that's what she tried to do. She didn't point out anything. She tried to be as feminine as possible, because that's what she wanted to be, was a woman. And so with people like Ryan, who say that they're transitioning but are not really making the effort, really bothered her. And she felt that way towards a lot of transgendered people. If anyone was trying to be flamboyant, she found that disgusting. So that's why the fact that Ryan wanted to but still looked and acted male just really got under her skin.
What brought her to Ohio?
She was staying with a close friend who was like a sister to her. I don't know the whole history about why they moved. I just know that she had provided funds to this, I'll just say it's her sister, she had provided funds for her sister to buy a house so that the two of them plus a bunch of roommates could all share the house, and she could stay there without needing to pay rent because she had helped with that. I don't know why she came to Ohio or why she picked it, but that's where she ended up.
So she moved with the sister to Ohio? Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you know where at in Ohio?
They initially lived in Whitehall.
Whitehall. Okay.
And then they moved again to basically around the block from the townhouse apartment.
Oh, okay.
It was about 5 minutes away.
Okay. And do you know the name of this sister?
Mandy. I know she was killed with the drive-by. So I don't know her last name. I never met her. Naira would occasionally talk about her, but she also didn't want me to know too much about that situation.
About the drive-by, or
no, with the roommates and everything. So I never went. If I ever went to her house, I would sit in the car on the street and wait for her to come out. I never went in. I never met any of them. She didn't learn about the drive-by until we had been married for maybe 2-3 years. We were living in Pennsylvania at the time.
Gotcha. Okay. Makes more sense.
I guess I got one other thing that comes to the top of my head, but during the interview with Naira, she had mentioned that you were more of like the alpha male of the household.
Oh, okay. Of the household.
Of the household.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was the only responsible person. I didn't trust Corey to manage it because not that I don't think he would have been capable, but it was just easier for me to know I'm taking care of the finances, I'm balancing the checkbook and stuff like that. That's just how I grew up, since I was basically an only child because my siblings are significantly older than me. So from a very young age, I was instilled with responsibility. I was much more mature than a lot of the freshmen at college. So her saying that definitely makes sense. When it was everyone in the apartment, I took care of finances. I asked Ryan to pay rent when he needed to. I checked on the grocery levels, asked if people needed something, blah, 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 like that. And then when Naira and I were married, I took care of everything. She suffered from severe anxiety, depression, and agoraphobia. And she was later diagnosed with I think it's ADHD. I don't think it was ADD. So she couldn't focus on tasks like that. In order to get her to help, I would have to feed her small chores to do. So say, hey, can you put the dishes away today? Or the next day, can you clean this little section of the living room? If I asked her to do anything large, like vacuum the whole house, she would shut down. So she had to rely very heavily on escapism to even function. Video games, movies, shows, things like that. And I would maintain her finances. I scheduled her doctor's appointments. I was the chauffeur if she needed to go somewhere. So it was almost like mother and child relationship in a way. But she tried to carry as much weight as she could manage. Like, she was in charge of food. She took care of all the media for us. So that was what she said. Yes, that was true. I liked being the one in charge of all of the adult things because I knew that I could keep track of them and
I was
manage them.
So you immediately started shaking your head no when I brought up alpha.
No.
So what was that too?
Alpha, I'm outside of the responsibilities, I am very timid. I used to be very outgoing, but then something happened. I wouldn't be surprised if it was because of Corey. I cannot handle conflict at all. If someone honks at me while I'm driving, it rattles me for like an hour or so. If somebody gets in my face, I shut down. When it came to sex, I was always the submissive one. And that became difficult because before she had her surgery, even though she was taking testosterone blockers, she was still more of the aggressive one. But after her surgery, she had no sexual desire, and it was very, very difficult for me to initiate anything because that's not how my brain is wired. So when it came to doing adult things, I excelled. But when it came to life in general, I'm very, very timid, very submissive. It was easier to hide than try to confront someone. So if anything like that happened while she was with me, she would take over and stand up for me.
Have you ever told anybody else all these details? Because obviously it was between you and Jen or Myra.
When Corey and I think it was before we actually got divorced, but it was already on the court docket or whatever. I had told my two best friends at the time, but I only filled them in on the relationship details. And also my family, my mother, my father, and my brother, I gave them just the relationship part. So I kind of went into enough detail that they could understand what Corey did to me by finding other partners and what Jen did for me. I never mentioned Ryan to them, as far as I know. If I did, I just said it was a partner. So my best friends took it well. One of them I no longer have contact with. The other one I talk to regularly, and she saw the good side of Jen because Jen wanted to make a good impression. And she did get along with my best friend's husband pretty well, so they would talk while she and I would catch up. And she said that she saw how happy Jen made me. My dad took a while to warm up because he's very religious, but eventually he, I guess, accepted her. He didn't know that she was transgender. Nobody knew except one of my best friends, the one I lost contact with. So my mom was pretty accepting. My brother, I don't think ever did, because she was very bossy. She wanted things to go the way that she thought. So when he first met her, he got that feeling that she was just manipulating me. And even today, he's still very bitter at her, accusing her of being selfish and leaving me behind and reminding me of some of the things that she's done. I don't remember what the question was.
No, you're good. I'm going to follow up with another one. Have you ever told anybody about the killing itself, like how that all went down?
I didn't tell anyone. I feel like she might have told 2 people that she trusted, because they would have been like our safe house. If we found out, we could drop off the grid and stay with them. I don't know how much detail she went into, but I know that she had mentioned that she was talking to a couple of people, and that would these have been the same people that would have purchased the Greyhound tickets? Maybe. I I don't know. I'm not sure. I never saw or heard her arranging this. She just told me after the fact as a need-to-know basis.
Okay. Did she tell you who these people were?
I can remember 2 of them, but I only know their first name. Well, one of them, no, I think I only know their first names for both. One of them was in Nevada and was in the process of trying to buy a house. Mm-hmm. The other one lived in an apartment, but it was a house, so he stayed on his room was the second floor. And that one was more temporary. But I think their life situations changed, so those plans fell through. And then I don't know if she found any backups, or if we were at a point where we thought that we were in the clear and we could start looking for our own place.
What would those first names have been, if you don't mind?
Paul and Stephen, maybe.
Okay. And when she would communicate with those individuals, how would she communicate with them?
Usually it was on Discord, which is like Skype, but more for gamers,
Okay.
or Steam.
Okay.
I want to say both of them might have been Discord. I know Paul definitely. I think if it's Steve, that it would have been on Discord too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's all I know. I never actually got to read any of their conversations or anything. She just told me what their names were.
Oh, sure. Have you ever gotten to meet either?
I met Paul. I can't remember his last name. I think it starts with a K. He was nice, but he was more of a last resort type of place, because his apartment was small and it would be difficult to house 2 more people in it, so his was more of a temporary until we found something better. Steve's was more permanent, I think, because it was a proper house.
Which one would be in Nevada?
Steve.
Okay. Gotcha. And you're not sure where Paul lived?
I think he's still in New Hampshire.
New Hampshire. Okay. Were these friends that she had before meeting you, or?
Yes. Both of them she did.
Maybe from school, or just life in general?
Either school or through the gaming stuff that she did. But I don't want Paul to get involved, if that's possible. I mean, you're welcome to, I guess, look for his conversations, but I don't think it would be. I don't think he would. I don't know. I don't even know if he knows that Myra died.
Sure.
Because they were part of the gaming community and she liked to keep her circle of friends separate. So I don't think her mother knew anyone enough in that game circle to let them know that she had passed.
Sure.
So I don't want him to have to get involved, because I feel like that's going to start a whole cascade.
Sure. Do you know, and speaking of the gaming community, knowing that Ryan was also part of the gaming community, did those two ever connect?
It was a different gaming community. Ryan was more of the like Nintendo, PlayStation, Steam online type of community. The Bimani community specifically does Bimani games, which are Japanese. They are, at least from what she's told me, the members there are kind of elitist. They don't like when new people come in, because they've been around for years and years. So they kind of just stay in their own social circles and aren't really welcoming to strangers. She never got me involved with them if it was possible.
Sure.
I think I went to a couple of like house parties, but I usually kept to myself because I didn't know anyone. I didn't really play the games, or if I did, I was nowhere near the skill level they were.
Sure.
So I only knew basically just one person. Two people from them that I casually played games with along with her, and got to meet them. Never any close relationships, but I knew who they were.
So you obviously had a job at Barnes & Noble and things like that, have had different jobs throughout, your life. Did she get any other educational background after high school?
She started at college, but I think she dropped out. She had tried to get a few job positions before she met me. I think she worked at a gas station before she transitioned. When she started transitioning, she worked at a Jamaican restaurant, and there was an apartment that she lived in above it or something like that. When she went to Nevada, she did the webcam videos, and the only other like official job position she had was when we first met, or when we first moved to Pennsylvania. She worked at an arcade, but she quit after not quite a year, I'm not sure, because she didn't get to do what she wanted to do. She liked fixing cabinets, so she liked getting into the electronics and soldering and doing all that stuff, but all she did at the job was essentially babysit people.
Sure.
And I remember her bosses were not receptive to her ideas of how to make things better. And she got so stressed by it that she was making herself physically ill, so I told her to quit. And from that point on, the only kind of jobs sort of that she did was buying old platforms, Game Boys, games, PlayStations, all the stuff like that, fixing them up and modding them for current use, and then reselling them for a profit.
Sure.
So anything she did was primarily at home.
Where do you know where she attended and dropped out from?
No. It might have been some kind of IT school, but I had no idea what it was or where it was.
Was she getting any other income through like services through like the county you had been living in, things like that?
We would regularly get food stamps, no cash, anything but food stamps, and then I don't remember. We were still in Pennsylvania. She applied for Social Security. No, it was SSI. I forget what it stands for. So I helped her find a lawyer for that to do her case, and she got approved. So she was getting roughly $750-ish. I think it would fluctuate depending on my wages, but generally it was around $700 to $750 a month for that.
So did she have her own bank account then?
No.
Okay.
She used either a joint one with her mother, or her funds would come straight to me because I was her, I forget the term, the responsible party, or
basically the primary.
So, was it with your spousal?
It wasn't specifically spousal, but it was because I was her spouse. Representative payee or something, I think it's called.
Yeah.
So I had a debit card.
Okay.
So I managed her finances. Usually her funds would go towards. I paid the electric bill when I stayed with my mom, so I would use hers to pay for that, to pay other bills. and to set some money aside for a down payment. And then the money that I made would usually be used towards her getting her electronics and fixing stuff up, shipping and things like that.
Okay. Did she ever at any point have a car or anything like that?
I think she did well before I met her. I know that she had her license, but she couldn't really drive because she couldn't focus on anything. I tried to let her practice driving my car once, and that was terrifying, so I was always her chauffeur.
Right. Okay. You mentioned her mom. What would be her mom's name?
Doreen Desmarto.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you to spell it.
Okay. I could spell it.
You could spell it? So could you spell it for me?
So it's Doreen is Doreen, and DesMarteau. I think is that.
Yeah. Quite a few different.
So I don't know how much she knows. I know that.
I'm not looking to.
Okay. Because I think she's still in a lot of pain, and I can imagine what she's thinking on the news. Because right now, what's on the news is the statement I originally made.
Sure.
I have written to her to see how she's doing, and she was able to arrange the funeral, but she is not handling this well at all.
Hoping that she maybe responded to your writings to her?
She sent me a letter once, and I haven't been able to write her back because it hurts too much. But I know that she's been texting my mom, and my brother has been helping gather up some of Jen's belongings and mailed them back to her, like her clothes, some of her toys, little mementos, the gaming things.
Sure.
But I don't think she's at a point where she can find closure yet.
In due time, hopefully, one day at a time.
Yeah.
At the beginning, you kind of mentioned a statement for sentencing, that sort of thing. Obviously, you probably have a lot that you'd like to say, I would assume, given our first interview and then today's discussion, that sort of thing. Is that something that you'd be open to sharing at some point, or just after?
I could. Most of it, I'm trying to keep.
Is a lot of it the details that we spoke of today?
I started from when I met Naira on Craigslist, and then all the way to Corey and my divorce, our marriage, a couple of other things, and then her suicide.
Yeah. Okay. Other things. We've been asking you a lot of questions. I guess, is there anything that you want to, go into more detail? Anything that you thought of? We've sat here for quite some time.
I don't think so. I'm just hoping that nothing is going to change the plea bargain that I've done.
You mean anything that you've said today? Okay, and that's been discussed with you and your attorneys, that sort of thing. They would never put you in a position to do this conversation today.
Yeah, he just said to tell you the same thing that I told them, which I did.
Yeah.
I think I just went into much more detail about Naira.
And we appreciate that, because it kind of gives us a little better understanding of kind of what brought things to the point that it did.
Because I don't know if the prosecution knows how much detail about Naira. So I'm basically just hoping that at the sentencing, essentially the same thing that I told both of you, just condensed a little bit, we'll be able to go on the record so that my side of the story and what actually happened will be out. Because the last time I was in the papers, it was awful. So many things on there I wanted to say, that's not true, that's not what happened. So this is the only time that I'll be able to.
Sure.
I did think of a couple of other things. Early on, when I was first What comes after the arraignment? The
Just
indictment or something like that?
Okay.
Oh,
That one initially indicted.
The papers had pointed out the large sum of cash and my plane tickets, and assumed I was going to use that to flee. And I never got to correct them about that. The money was about $17,000 some dollars. That was supposed to be for a house down payment. Every month I would take a little bit from Naira's Social Security to put it in cash. One, because mostly I did it in cash so I wouldn't be tempted to spend it.
Sure.
So I put it in a lockbox, hoping that I would be able to save enough to get a decent down payment. And then with the tickets, they had pointed out the 2 that I had pending and all of the places I had been to. I love to travel. My parents love to travel. I've been to so many places with especially my mother. And that's why I had been flying all over the country and internationally before with her. And the 2 tickets that I had pending, one was to go to Nevada, and that was to look at plots of land, houses on the market to get an idea of what we could get. And then the one in September was a gallery show opening that I had gotten a piece in, and I was going to fly out there to see it. So that's what those things were. I guess I just wanted it to be known that I wasn't ever a flight risk. I had those because that was the life that I like to live.
Sure. Well, I appreciate you clarifying.
If I might ask, why Nevada?
That's where Naira stayed for, I think, 6 months. And she loves the desert climate. She had lived in Paradise, which is close to Las Vegas, and she loved being there. She always talked about how much she wanted to go back to the desert, and that land out there was much cheaper than anywhere else. I didn't really have a place that I wanted to stay permanently, so I was fine with going along with her wanting to live out there.
Okay. And speaking of traveling, when you all went to Thailand, where did the pot and the bags and things remain?
So I was still staying at my mom's house. It would have been in the garage, buried under things, similar to when I signed the warrant for the police to take it away, kind of in the same spot. At the time, my mom's garage was very, very, very full, so it was easy to lose something in there.
Sure.
So we just stuck it in the back in...
So it remained at your mom's?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we went to Thailand for her surgery.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you
No,
off.
you're fine. Was Naira born in Holyoke,
I believe so.
Massachusetts?
Yeah.
Okay, that's where you thought. And then one other thing that popped up is, why Illinois? You guys were going to drive to
I have
Illinois
no
that
idea.
night.
I can only assume it was far enough away to manage and close enough that we could get back in a time period that was reasonable. She never told me, she just said drive there and we'll figure it out from there.
Do you recall, I guess, kind of branching off of that a little bit, but to Illinois, and you came up to Mercer County instead, was that out of?
That was out of habit.
Yeah.
Because there was a lot of things that we had to finish taking care of in Columbus before I could turn in the keys and vacate the apartment. So it wasn't uncommon. I think it was because we didn't want to rent a trailer to carry everything. I would make the drive usually once a week or once every 2 weeks, and we would sift through items that we wanted to throw away or donate. and anything we wanted to keep, we would load up as much as we could in my car and drive back. So after doing that for several months, it just became a habit to follow that path. And since I couldn't have my phone on, I couldn't use a GPS, so I had to take a way that I was familiar with. And I wouldn't have, I don't know if what Niagara's plan was once I left familiar territory, if she would let me turn it on or if she would use her own or whatever.
Had you been aware that that pull-off was there? Just from driving by?
I had seen it. Okay. I didn't really know anything about it. It was just the only wooded area I could think of, and I was so tired that I told her, I was like, I can't keep going. We're gonna have to find somewhere to stop.
Did you stop to get gas or drinks or food or?
I don't think so. I know I wouldn't have. Maybe I would have stopped for coffee at a gas station, but if we stopped anywhere, it wasn't for long. And I don't recall needing gas.
Okay. Sorry, my brain's talking.
When you hear from radio, it just sparks every once in a while. So. Okay.
Do you have anything else you want to make sure we cover? I know this is a lot.
I know. I think you both now have the most thorough story out of all of it. I did tell a lot of this to Randy and Eric, but not as much detail.
Well, I appreciate you sharing.
Yeah.
I'm just hoping that it doesn't.
They would not put you in this position.
Okay.
No, they would not.
Okay. I don't.
It's more for our educational purposes.
That's what I figured.
And then they're aware of today's date and time and our meeting and that sort of thing. And obviously, I'll let them know when we're completed that we got to speak with you. And we've been communicating with them through this whole process. So.
Have you been in contact with Ryan's family?
You mean since this is all kind of transpired here?
Kind of, or
yeah. I mean, we've been in contact with them. I mean, obviously, I haven't been recently myself personally, but yeah, they're fully obviously aware of the situation and that sort of thing.
Because I know that, unsurprisingly, they were clamoring for the death sentence. I guess I'm wondering if this will get shared with them to clarify some things that they're probably wondering about. And I'm also nervous because I know that they'll be there in person at the sentencing, and as I've said, I don't deal with conflict very well, so I have a deep-seated fear that, I don't know, they're going to scream at me, yell at me.
That won't be allowed.
Okay.
That's not going to be something that's going to be allowed in the courtroom. Okay. It's very much a professional proceeding, and it's meant to be kept that way. Okay. Now, obviously, we can't sit there and be sure that it's not really something initiated. I don't know that I foresee that being an issue. But if it would become one, but if it would become one, it would be addressed immediately.
That's good. So that's what I'm most terrified of, is just the fact that I have to face them. And I liked the portion that I wrote specifically addressing them, which once I'm done with the statement, and if I get Randy's okay, I can make a copy for you or something.
Sure.
I did say that I know that the words that I say won't bring Ryan back, and I said that I didn't expect them to forgive me for what I did, but that I hope they would be able to find some sort of peace someday.
Well, that's very nice, honorable for you to at least speak to them, or at least try to. So hopefully it can bring a little bit of closure, not only for them, but also for you. Okay. Well, I don't know that I have anything further. Well, obviously I have to make a phone call to let the staff next door know. And then we'll probably walk you back over if that's okay.
Yeah.
What time it is? It's about 11:55. What time do you want to eat?
I think I might have missed lunch.
Yeah. All right. We'll make sure we
I
have
guess-
Snacks up there.
Yeah, we'll get you a lunch. So
Thank you.
we're not gonna let you starve after helping us out. So
And thank you again so much for the coffee. You don't know how much that means to me.
hopefully it tasted okay and we picked out a decent
They
one.
only
So
have instant decaf in the commissary, and it's awful. So,
What's your favorite? Since you do drink coffee, I guess I would.
there's a local place in Pennsylvania called La Colombe, and I think the Wawas around there have their iced coffees, but I usually like iced mochas the most. Chocolate.
so we were trying to.
That's okay. This
I'm
is
like
great.
cold brew, and I'm like
It's
cold brew
true.
hot. Like it's cold outside, so moving hot. So
We will be right back with you.
yeah, be right back.
So here is the full comparison side by side. Interview 1 is same-day, high arousal, fragmented, minimizing and reactive. The confession emerges in short, halting statements. Sarah uses a face-saving accident frame, reduces intention, shares agency and gives detail only when pushed. Interview 2 is fluent, chronological, richly detailed and restructured around a clearer distribution of responsibility. Planning, tools and the heavy work are placed predominantly onto a co-participant who can no longer contest the account. The emotional register has also changed. Interview 1 contains panic, shame and immediate self-destruction. I ruined my life. Interview 2 contains explanation, relational psychology and moral positioning. I loved her. I tried to talk her out of it. She was the only person who had been there for me. The first account is trying to survive the moment. The second is trying to survive the meaning. Neither interview is simply the truth while the other is simply the lie. What we are watching is the development of a criminal narrative under legal and psychological pressure. Early stories often protect emotion. Later stories protect identity. Eventually, they may protect legacy. That progression is crucial. First, the mind asks, how do I get through this conversation? Later, it asks, how do I explain this to investigators, lawyers, a court and myself? The answer becomes increasingly organized around motive, influence and reduced responsibility. People rarely tell one complete lie or one complete truth. They construct stories from accurate memories, omissions, reinterpretations, emotional defenses and strategic choices. The task of behavioral analysis is not to declare every sentence true or false from body language. It is to observe how the structure of the story changes and what psychological purpose each version appears to serve. In Sarah's case, 3 themes remain especially striking. The first is self-concept protection. Even when admitting extreme conduct, she repeatedly reaches for explanations that preserve a difference between what she did and who she believes she is. The second is redistributed agency. Responsibility gradually moves outward, toward Naira's planning, Naira's physical role and Corey's emotional impact. The third is dependency. Sarah's account frames attachment and fear of abandonment as forces strong enough to override moral resistance. Dependency does not equal coercion, and explanation does not equal excuse that a person may be emotionally vulnerable and still legally responsible. They may be manipulated and still exercise agency. They may genuinely love someone and still participate in devastating harm. The psychological reality is often uncomfortable precisely because these categories overlap. The dismemberment also reveals the power of compartmentalization. Once Ryan is dead, the account shifts from emotional conflict to practical management. Tools, cleaning, cutting, transport, and disposal. Compartmentalization allows unbearable meaning to be broken into manageable tasks. It is one of the mechanisms through which ordinary cognitive processes can become attached to extraordinary violence. What makes these interviews valuable is not that they allow us to diagnose Sarah from a chair, a pause, or a facial expression. They allow us to observe narrative transformation in real time. We see shock become explanation. We see fragments become chronology. We see shared agency become allocated blame. We see a confession become a theory of the self. And perhaps that is the most important psychological lesson in this case. When people confess to serious wrongdoing, they are not only describing an event. They are negotiating an identity. They are deciding what can be admitted, what must be softened, who else must carry part of the weight, and what version of themselves can continue existing after the truth has been spoken. The final account may be more detailed than the first. It may contain important truths that the first account omitted. It may also be more rehearsed, more strategic, and more psychologically protective. Those possibilities are not mutually exclusive. That is why the gap between these two interviews tells us almost as much as the words inside them. What the footage ultimately shows is not a neat diagnosis or a single motive. It shows a human mind under extreme pressure constructing meaning around violence, attachment, fear, responsibility, and survival. 2 interviews. 4 months apart, the same crime, but not the same story.